It is Wednesday, April 14th, 2021, 6 p.m. This regular meeting of the Board of Commissioners is called to order. City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Mayor Hendricks?
Here.
Vice Mayor Price? Here. Commissioner Hodges? Here. Commissioner Andrews?
Here.
Commissioner Hudson?
Here.
With that, I invite you all to join us in an invocation and pledge of allegiance. Thank you.
Heavenly Father, we come to you this hour asking for your blessings and help as we're gathered here together. We pray for guidance in the matters at hand and ask that you would clearly show us how to conduct our work with a spirit of joy and enthusiasm. Give us the desire to find ways to excel in our work and to help us to work together and encourage each other to exercise. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next is approval of the agenda. Does anyone have anything they'd like to change on this or pull for a later date?
Yes, Mayor, I can never remember if this is where we do it. I'd like to pull the First Amendment to the W&A Cleaning Services Agreement off the consent agenda.
Which one is that?
It's 8C.
Okay, would you like to move that to further discussion in unfinished business?
That or contracts and agreements, 11B. Because it is about the contract.
Okay.
11B, yeah, that's where it should go.
Anything else?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda with the one change of moving 8C to 11B.
I'll second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Andrews?
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson?
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks?
Yes. Next on the agenda is proclamations. And we do have a proclamation tonight, the 52nd Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, May 2nd through May 8th. And I would like to read that proclamation to our city clerk mainly. And that is 52nd Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, May 2nd through May 8th. Whereas the Office of Professional Municipal Clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the Office of Professional Municipal Clerk is the oldest among professional servants, and whereas the Office of Professional Municipal Clerk provides the professional link between citizens and local governing bodies and agencies of the government at other levels, and whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. Whereas professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community. Whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerks throughout participation in educational programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. Whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk. Now therefore, I, John B. Hendricks, Mayor of the City of Madeira Beach, do recognize the week of May 2nd through May 8th, 2021 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our municipal clerk, Clara Van Blargen, and to all professional municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the community. Thank you, Clara. You've been outstanding for this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think we have any presentations tonight, so we will go to public comment. Public comments, are there any in the audience? If so, come up to the podium, state your name, address, and this will be for anything that is not on the agenda tonight. Ms. Jacobson?
Lois Jacobson, 568 Lillian Drive. I'm here to talk about Kitty Stewart Park. Number one, the signage is wrong. It is Kitty Stewart Park, not Tom. Tom was changed on the Welsh Causeway to Tom Stewart. Ken was mayor at the time, and he worked with Kitty to get the park. In 1987, Kitty was given a plaque by the city for the donation of the beachfront park to the residents of Madeira Beach. It was also in the newspaper that year. What I'm upset about is that they worked so hard to get the park, and now it looks just like a parking lot for this restaurant, and it's not really Kitty Stewart Park. If Kitty was alive, she would be suing the city that why the long back ago city manager and the city mayor gave permission to give Kitty Stewart Park away when it was meant for the residents of Madeira Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comments? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner, everybody. I hope you're doing well. Me too. First, I got number one thing on my menu. It's
Can I get you to give your name and address, please?
Jack Ritelli, 13025 Pelican Lane, Madeira Beach. The first is this little bike on the new, in front of the new restaurant. The rent in this two little bikes with battery. The guy almost killed a young kid coming down the hill from where they own in front of Curry's restaurant on 148. If I will hit a kid for the rest of my life, I will be in jeopardy myself. And if one of you will hit the kid, it will be really in bad shape. We need to do something for this bike, motorized two-wheeler, run around all over our city, especially down the hill there, the one hill on the convenience store that they're renting. It's wrong. It's for all the mighty dollar. For the dollar they got to make their rent. If there happens something to one of the family, one of the kids that get killed, what are they going to do about it? I almost hit a kid. And it's bad, you know, my heart is just shaking right now, just to think about it. It's no right to what's taking place all over this city and all over this county. And especially the convenience store is up on the hill there. They rent a little wheeler and they come down and they don't look and there's a car or truck in front of them. Anybody can hit it. It's wrong. It's really wrong. If it was maybe down the street towards maybe Madeira Way maybe, but the hill there is too steep for the kids. They rent a little wheeler and they keep on going so fast. That's number one. Number two, we need to do something with the park at John's Pass. The public, the one parking, Florida parking, they charge you $38.50 for a day. I never see anything like in my life. You go to Tarpon Spring, $5 for the day, any parking lot. You go over here, $38 for the day. No matter if you stay 2 hours there. We got to do something with this Florida parking. Because they're chasing the residents, they're chasing people for our own lots. They don't come back on the city of Madera Beach, in Johns Pass. A lot of these tourists are mad, paying $38 an hour for the day. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
I hope we do something.
Bob?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Robert Preston, 425 South Bay Shore Drive, Madera Beach. You ought to have that memorized by now. So I got a couple things. You know, what's the status of our beach groins and stuff like that? I mean, I haven't heard anything on that for like ages. And then grants, where are we at on grants? Do we have anything coming in? Have we heard anything? You know, I don't know. A few weeks ago, you know, it's in the agenda, it's on the city manager's report, and that's the marina spreadsheet. It's a nice spreadsheet for that period of time, but it doesn't tell you whether we're ahead of the game, behind the game, or anything like that. It would be nice to have some more information. You know, you requested, Mayor Price, or Commissioner Price, you requested some more information. We still got the fishing report. But it would be nice to know if the marina is doing well, you know, with the fuel stocks that are in there. You know, what is the tally, what is the comparison this time last year? Negative or positive? That would be nice to know. The other thing is that it was about 2 months ago when the marina director came up and he had a couple of pictures of possible fences that were going to go there. And he probably pulled that up probably 10 minutes before the agenda needed to be completed because there was no prices or anything like that. I have not heard anything on that yet at all. Now, the next one is a pretty big item, and that is turtle season is May 1st. It starts. And if you're walking up and down the beach at night, I would be surprised if everybody that is in violation at this point in time is going to all of a sudden turn the switch on and everything is going to be correct. So I suggest that we have code enforcement adjust their schedule a couple times during the week so they can go out at night. You can't tell whether the lights are in violation during the daytime. It's just not going to happen. And I know that our wheels turn pretty slowly, not only in the city, but the county and the state. But the state replaced some of the street lights on Gulf Boulevard, and they're so bright that they shine all the way out to the beach. And if you walk down there, you can see them. They're a really bright white light, and those things need to be addressed before turtle season. You know, we need to really take care of that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else? Do we have any emails? Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I didn't see you back there. You're hiding behind the...
Yep. Okay, I'm Donna Stasek, 14001 Marguerite Drive, Madeira. And I hope that we can agree with Ms. Hodges with her prayer to begin with, that we can all work together. I've got a problem with the building commission. Now, I'm sure everybody knows, we were hit with a storm in November called Eta. My understanding at that point, all the permit fees were going to be waived. I applied for my permit. I needed a roof. I needed windows and doors. Went back and forth, and I was dealing with Amber, who is no longer with the city at this point. After a bunch of stuff and all the contractors being backed up, I was told the permits were in, they're fine. Okay, finally got approved for my roof. They came out and did the work. Upon supposed completion of an inferior job, I put a note up on the permits that were on the building, please contact me before a final inspection was made. Here's my question. Who actually gets paid for the permits? When it is okay for a contractor to do their own final inspection residing in another county? This should never have passed inspection. I had to hire my own contractor who's well-known in the area. He came out, charged me $485 to take pictures and cite that wasn't the fact, as Daniels had said, I was not happy. It was an inferior job. First of all, it's the wrong wood. The screws are all countersunk. It will allow for accumulation of water in the wood. And the contractor said, well, you're insured. Wait until there's a problem. I'm sorry. When you're paying $7,000, $8,000 for a new roof, you don't want to wait till there's a problem. It should be done right the first time. The inspector that came out, DeSantis, told me he never did the inspection. He let the contractor sign the final inspection. Then there's the problem with my window permit. These have been in since December 30th. The contractor called city, the permit's here. I called the city, permit's here. Permit was never signed over. Now we are in April, and the city manager wants to know insurance. This is ridiculous. They can't finish the window, they can't finish the roof, and I want to know who's going to come out and do a final inspection when this roof is done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have any electronic correspondence?
Yes, we do. This one is from Becky Stone, 522 Lillian. This is in reference to traffic and parking concerns. I'd like to address some observations that recently became an issue. We should consider having areas observed at reasonable times and should be to get a professional opinion on how to plan to fix them. People can't turn left to head east and get off the beach right by the Cambria, so they frogger over 4 lanes and then go do a dangerous U-turn behind the 7-Eleven to be able to head east to get to the beach. I have seen people dart over and almost get in an accident several times. Please go and physically see this to observe the issue and the area. The other issue is right by the Brass Captain. If you're coming off Gulf Boulevard and sit in front of Saltwater Hippie, put your blinker on to turn left and want to go to the Winn-Dixie Plaza road. People turning think people are slowing down right in front of the Brass Captain to let them in and take a left, when in fact they're slowing down to go over a large speed bump. Horrible place for a speed bump. So people are constantly turning in front of people and they get confused where they almost hit. Please go and physically see and observe this issue and area. Lastly, in front of the new caddies, there's very little parking. Most of the valet and pedestrians hit the button, dart over, and cross the road, but some don't, and I constantly see cars being hesitant to stop or not stop, and the crosswalk lights sporadically goes off constantly. Please go and physically see and observe this issue and area. I do have one more.
Okay.
This is from Mike For Zecca, from 13620 Gulf Boulevard, it's reference to traffic assessment. Madeira Beach has been a traffic mess with the new hotel openings and restaurant openings and light timing. Adding new parking to this gridwalk situation is not a solution for a better visitor or local experience. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Next is, comprehensive annual fiscal report, financial report, fiscal year end September 30th, 2020.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Commission. So very pleased to present to you all the 2020 audited financial statements known as the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. I was very pleased with the efforts on both sides, both the auditor and the auditee, especially the condensed time frame that we got things done from the selection of the auditor, and going through a new auditor transition is never an easy process. So they got acclimated quickly. We were able to get them all the information they needed for both interim and final fieldwork in a condensed fashion. And we were able to issue the final financial statements and the audit reports in March, and submitted the comprehensive annual financial report to the GFOA for the certificate of excellence in financial reporting. This will be the 22nd year in a row that the city has received that accolade. So that was important. Didn't want to be the guy to break that streak. So we kept that one going. Zach from James Moore and Company, who's the audit partner that was in charge of completing the audit, has a presentation that he'd like to share with you to give you just some highlights of the results of the audit and the audit reports that he's rendered, as well as some financial highlights pulled out of the comprehensive annual report. And then when he's completed, I think we'll both just be available to address questions that you all have. Note, when we go through the budgeting process in the coming months and go through budget workshops, obviously this 2020 actual information will be vital as we go through our planning process for the next year. But of course, if you have any questions on any of the information, I know that this document is a large and voluminous one, but we'll do our best to address any specific questions you might have. But before we do that, I'll let Zach give you a brief overview of the audit.
Thank you, Andrew. Good evening, everyone. Zach Shalafor, partner, James Moore and Company. First and foremost, would like to start by thanking the Commission for the opportunity to work with the City of Madeira Beach, as well as to Andrew, Patrick, and the rest of the finance team for all of their help through the process. It's never easy transitioning auditors, always a little bit more work. A little bit more for us. I feel like it's probably more painful on the staff side than the auditor side going through that transition. But with that short time frame, we were able to get through everything on time. I do have a PowerPoint to really hit the highlights of the audit. I'll try to make sure I can run it well over there, and I passed out a few copies. I know that it was in the agenda packet for this evening as well. I brought a mouse, so as long as it works right, we're good. So as Andrew did mention, the city was awarded last year the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. We do have every expectation that will be awarded again this year as well. Both myself and another partner from our firm, we review those reports from other governments across the country for fun. So in our spare time, so I can say that this one looks good, should meet the criteria once again this year. So with regard to the financial statements, these are management's or the city's financial statements. There are 4 reports that we issued as part of performing the audit. The first report was the report on the financial statements themselves, and this is the standard audit report you would see whether it's a government, a privately held company, or even a public company. And we did issue here an unmodified opinion that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects. This is the best opinion that we could issue on your financial statements. The second report that we issue is on internal control and compliance. And while a financial statement audit does not express an opinion or focus on internal control, we do obtain an understanding of internal controls related to certain areas such as payroll, accounts payable, that really impact financial reporting. And then also, if we have any significant audit adjustments to the numbers provided to us, we would have to basically report that as well as an internal control deficiency. There was just one comment here reported as a significant deficiency, and this related to a prior period restatement. So effectively changing the starting number on the balance sheet. This was just for your governmental activities, so it did not impact any of your funds in terms of how you budget. But related to, in prior years, there had been some capital expenditures recorded related to road improvements, but it was I forget if it was county or state-owned road, not a city-owned asset, so those should have just been expensed rather than recorded as a capital asset. That was the one adjustment that we had. So again, nothing from an operational standpoint, really just tweaking that beginning number based on that once we were digging through and looking at that project a little bit more this year. The third report that we issue is the separate management letter required by the Florida Auditor General. There's a series of items here that we have to look at related to financial condition. If there's any red flags that are met, we would have to bring that to your attention. There were no such cases. The city's in a very strong financial position, as we'll get to. And then if we have any other recommendations, comments, observations, we would report those here. We did have one comment related to the budget and budget adjustments where based on the ordinances of the city, you look at really your budget from a departmental standpoint. The general fund in total was under budget, but there were a couple departments where there were some very small overages, likely due to just as year-end invoices come in, you have 60 days to true up the budget. I know there was a true-up done, but then just based on the timing of where invoices came in and the accruals, there were a couple areas that were over, so we just recommended to make sure that's being looked at. But again, not a major issue or a major concern, but we do at least have to share that with you all. And then the last report that we issue is an examination report. We have to look at the city's compliance with state statutes over investment activity and investment policies, and we did note the city to be in compliance with those specified statutes. So look at the numbers a little bit. The general fund, of course, is the primary operating fund of the city. Your total fund balance in the general fund increased a little bit over $1 million from 2019 to 2020. You have about a $13.2 million fund balance. That's your assets minus your liabilities in the general fund. And it's broken into a few different buckets based on effectively how spendable or available those resources and reserves are. The first bucket, the non-spendable, this relates to items not in cash form, so effectively they're not available to be spent. The bulk of this $683,000 number relates to the advance from the general fund to the marina. So because that's paid back over a number of years, those dollars are not immediately available to be spent in the upcoming fiscal year out of the general fund. There were no items that met the classification of restricted fund balance. Generally, your restricted funds are tracked in other special revenue funds to effectively bring more transparency and accountability to the use of those dollars, again, because they are restricted for specific purposes. So there were no restricted reserves in the general fund. The committed of $3.2 million, the majority of this relates to the emergency reserve, about 3/4 or $2.4 million, because that was set by a policy of the commission. That basically moves up into this committed to say it's not externally restricted, but it has been effectively restricted by the commission, and it would take a commission action to undo that level of restriction. And then the assigned of $400,000, that relates to effectively what you appropriated in your fiscal year 2021 budget and any roll forward of encumbrances of items that were in your 2020 budget but not yet spent. So that's effectively just a timing difference based on when you finished 2020 and what was in your fiscal year 2021 budget. And then the unassigned really is what's left over. That's the residual of almost $9 million. So what we like to do is, on this next slide, kind of put that into perspective to say, when we look at your assigned plus your unassigned fund balance of about $9.3 million, how does that compare to what you spent in fiscal year 2020? Based on your expenditures of $9.1 million, you're at about 102% based on that reserve. In terms of saying, well, what should that be? What's enough? The GFOA, who issues the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, they recommend a general purpose tax-supported government have a bare minimum of 2 months by this measurement, and really say if you're coastal, 3 months should be that bare minimum. I always focus on the fact that it's a bare minimum recommendation when you look at the impact of hurricanes, tropical storms as a coastal community. We're flooding, wind damage, there's lots of risk there, and then just kind of the what if. For years and years, I'd say the what if, you never know. COVID kind of was that new what if, and fortunately, we're in a pretty good spot financially now, where a year ago there were many questions about sales tax revenues, property values, and if there had been an extended shutdown, an impact as far as a recession that hit property values, there could have been a need to dip into some of those reserves to a pretty substantial effect. So the good news there is the financial impact of COVID, not nearly as bad as it could have been, but again, the city's in a very strong financial position. If there is, major impacts where, of course, there was a storm last year, and when it comes to FEMA, everyone's really experienced that you do not get FEMA dollars back very quickly if there are any major reimbursements to be requested. So that's one area where it's a very good thing to be in a strong position where hopefully, even if there was a major storm, the city would have those reserves to be able to basically float and get by until those FEMA reimbursements did come in. Looking at your business type funds, the unrestricted net position is really the measurement that we look at here, very similar to that assigned and unassigned in the general fund, to say, okay, what are your reserves that have no strings attached in your proprietary funds? And really here, the main focus we look at is the year-over-year trends to say, okay, are things moving in the right direction? Are the balances positive? And what we see this year is both the stormwater and marina did move in a positive direction. Sanitation was down a little bit, in which small ups and downs are definitely normal. We have seen a lot of areas where just the sanitation area with recycling costs and so forth, there's been a little bit of volatility there the last couple of years, so that's no surprise to see that. But it would be something where if over a handful of years there was a continued decrease, then maybe it becomes something to look at a little bit more detailed. A few last couple items. As I mentioned, your restricted funds are generally tracked in special revenue funds and reported separately. So those other governmental funds had about a $4.33 million fund balance as of 9/30/2020. It did increase about $800,000 year over year. And from a testing standpoint, what we look for is, one, are there any negative balances where monies have been spent before they've come in? There were no deficit fund balances. And then we also focus a lot of our testing to make sure that those restricted dollars are being spent in accordance with the underlying statutes or other source of those restrictions. And we had no issues there with regard to any funds that were not spent properly. Everything was spent properly that we looked at. And then finally, I do like to touch on the net pension liability, just because if you look at the financial statements, you will see about a $3.5 million net pension liability. This has been the way it's been reported in your financial statements the last 5 or 6 years. And as a participant in the Florida retirement system, it's effectively an exercise in accounting theory. The state goes through evaluation to say, here's the FRS-wide, all cities, counties, school boards, state employees, what that unfunded liability is. That then gets theoretically allocated to every participant, and you present that number for financial reporting purposes. But I like to touch on that because it's a very big number, but it's not anything that will become due and payable. The city would have to cut a check for that number. Ultimately, the liability of the city as a member of FRS is that you make your monthly contributions every month based on payroll, and that has, of course, been done. That's really the true ongoing liability. So that number's there, but again, it really is a large exercise in accounting theory, not a true liability that would become due and payable out of the general fund or otherwise. So with that, those are the highlights that I wanted to touch on. I'd, of course, be more than glad to answer any questions, and thank you all again for the chance to be here tonight.
I have 2 questions or comments. Thank you for explaining that pension fund liability, because my head exploded when I saw that number. So let me get this right about the restatement. The city apparently put $1.5 million into a state or county road.
In prior years, yes,
Prior
there were, I forget exactly where, but there were expenditures made towards road improvements. Grant funded, I believe, the majority of it.
Okay.
Was the Gulf Boulevard improvements?
Oh, okay.
And the city doesn't own Gulf Boulevard, so, but they were making improvements, getting funding for that, and that should have just been expensed as incurred instead of
As opposed, so
accumulating.
put it in the wrong column.
Yeah, basically you record the expense and then just the asset should not have been recorded on the books.
So that's what's on page 91.
101,
91.
all over the place. 56,
Okay,
yeah.
good, because I had it highlighted. I was going to ask that same question.
Yes, exactly.
And I just want to make sure I understand on one of the slides, the GFOA minimum requirement, you said is about 2 months or 16.7%
Correct.
of our, and we're at 102%?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
I have no questions. Anyone else?
Oh, I get giddy when we look at numbers, man. This is like, I mean,
That's
this
why I
is
had no
this field
questions.
day
I
for
knew
me,
Doug
man.
would have them all.
Terrific.
Yeah, let's not go crazy here with that fact.
I know, I'll be good. First off, it's a great report, okay?
Yeah.
I really, really enjoyed reading, believe it or not, I actually enjoyed reading some of this. But let's not all go around high-fiving. This is a pretty comprehensive report. To my fellow commissioners and Mr. Mayor and the Vice Mayor, I've got a couple of slides on the thing to point out that are really going to help us during budget time. If you could, look at page 84 of 427. Just give me a couple minutes. It won't go long.
Yep.
It's really cool stuff because it's going to take you on a 10-year history is really, really a cool thing.
Yeah.
Okay? But look at the top of page 84. If you see the expenses, just look at the top line of the government expenditures. So in 2011, the government expenditure was $1.341 million, right? Okay, now watch the track. The track keeps going up, keeps going up. All right, now what happened in 2015? We built this huge city center. We did all that. We had to add staff because of all the things that were going on. But here's the problem, guys. Look at what's happened since. So from 2015 to 2020, we've gone from $2.4 million to $4.2 million. And in the last 10 years, we've gone from $1.3 million to $4.2 million. That's a big increase, and besides this being built, not a lot of stuff has really changed in the way we go about our day-to-day business. There has been some, but does it constitute almost a 3 times increase in expenditures? So that's the first thing I want you to look at. The second thing, scroll down to, on the same page, scroll down to program revenues. Take a peek about 6 line items down at parking, okay? The first 3 are blank. If you look to the next column, it'll show you them. But let's even just sit with 2014. Parking was $717,000 in 2014, okay? Now it's $2.28 million. So we've had a $1.5 million increase in parking, okay, in the last 7 years, okay? Remember that number, because now we're going to go to page 87. Flip over a couple more. This is where it really gets good, okay? On page 87, look at the top line. So in 2011, the taxes that we collected were $2.7 million, okay? Look at where they are in 2020, 5.2. That's another $2.5 million. So in the last 10 years, just in parking and taxes, we've collected another $4 million. So when I lose my kazoo when Crystal Island comes in $4 million over budget, $4 million means a lot to this city, okay? A lot. So we got to be real careful. And when we do a project like that, which we'll get to it another time, I mean, the Crystal Island thing has its own issues at the moment, but $4 million means a lot to what we're trying to do and trying to get accomplished. But we can't keep spending at the rate we're spending because, frankly, you know, parking could decrease. I mean, there's, you know, it's a great trajectory we're going on, but charts don't always go that way, okay? And the last thing I want to see, so that, I'm just bringing this up for when we go to budget time, because it's really important that you look at this to where, you can only figure out where you're going after you figure out where you've been, right? And the last chart I want you to look at is on 97.
Yep.
Now, this one tells a lot, too. So look at the bottom of your totals. This is your full-time equivalent city government employees by function, all right? In 2011, we had 51 employees, running a pretty lean ship, okay? In 2020, we have 72. What are we doing differently? Have we increased business by that much where we need 21 full-time employees? And you can look, you can take it through a couple of different lines and go, we went from there to there, blah, blah, blah. And, you can say, oh, well, did you practice what you preached, Doug? Well, look at the Parks and Recreation while I was here from 2014 to 2016. 9, 11, 9. All right? The other ones are higher. Not that from 2011 to 2020, it's still around 12. But we've got to look at this chart if we're really going to make the changes that we need to make in order to look, because, going $4 million over on that Crystal Island project, we still have 2 more projects that were committed to that money that we don't have enough money for. So we're going to have to make some cuts. We're going to have to do some things here. But if I can pick out 4 slides that really tell a great story, that's what you can, that's what really you can look at. And you can see the excessive spending from 2015 to now and how much it's risen and how much fiscal responsibility we weren't actually looking at. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take so much time. I just appreciate you letting me talk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
All right,
Nice
thank you all.
presentation. Yes.
I think it's appropriate to have a motion to accept the report.
May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the comprehensive annual financial report that was just presented in our packet.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Vice Mayor Price,
Yes?
Commissioner Andrews,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Next is consent agenda, which we've pretty much already been through. So do I have a motion to accept the remaining items on the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Well, wait a minute, we made it a change, so,
We
not as written.
already addressed the
Oh,
change
okay.
already
already.
did.
Okay.
We moved item C over to contracts and agreements.
I know we did, but when you said as written,
As modified.
it threw me, okay. Because we're not accepting it as written, right? Okay.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Andrews,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Price,
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Next is public hearings. First is Ordinance 2021-03, Purchasing Policy Amendment to the Code of Ordinances, second reading, public hearing. Finance Director Laughlin.
I'll go ahead and read that ordinance.
Okay.
Thank you. So this is the reading of Ordinance 2021-03, an ordinance of the City of Madeira Beach, Florida, amending sections of Article 5, Purchase and Contracts of Chapter 2, Administration of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Madeira Beach, to provide for an increase of the $15,000 sealed bids threshold to $30,000. To provide that notice to bidders shall be published on the city's website. To provide that notice for all bids may be given by posting a request for proposals on a web-based notification and delivery system used for public solicitations. To provide for the deletion of printed advertisement, posting, or publication and that portion of a newspaper normally given to legal advertisements, and for the requirement that all bids, whether posted or advertised, bear the title Request for Bids. To provide for deletion of the requirements of a penal bond, a performance bond, and that all bidders shall possess a municipal or county occupational license. To address non-responsive bids, to address the amount of a bid bond, to provide revisions regarding the acceptance of bids, to provide revisions regarding the evaluation of bidder responsibility, to provide that change orders shall be approved by the city manager, to provide for an increase to the dollar thresholds in the regulations governing the purchase and sales criteria, and providing for an effective date hereof. That was a second and final reading of Ordinance 2021-03 by title only. I would remind the Commission that a few days ago we made a small tweak to this ordinance, specifically in Section 2-188 and subparagraph B. We've deleted the word city and substituted the word bid for contract in the first sentence, just for some clarity's sake.
Okay, Mr. Laughlin, have you got any more to add to this?
Just that this, upon passing of this, we will officially update our procurement procedures. We already have the revised purchasing policy that was already passed via resolution. So this is the resolution that will then mirror the directives in the purchasing policy. Just one matter of clarification, because I believe there was maybe some discussion in a previous workshop about what comes to the board for approval. So what's currently in the policy, the purchasing policy, and what's stated here is the city manager will secure the Board of Commissioners' approval for purchases that have not been previously approved by the Commission, or when such purchases exceed $30,000. So our plan at this point is, no matter the procurement method, if it's through a sealed competitive bidding process, or if it's through a piggybacking or a sole source bid, we are still going to bring that to Commission for approval, even if earlier that expenditure has been budgeted. We'll still bring that, if it is, that's kind of our threshold. Our cutoff is $30,000. Anything in excess of that, regardless of procurement method, we will bring to you and the contract and consent agenda for your ultimate approval. So I know there was some discussion on that okay, well, if it's budgeted, do we really need to approve this? If it is a contract over $30,000, that's the interpretation here, is that we'll bring it to you for approval and the consent.
Okay. Any discussion amongst the Commission? Is there any public comment on this? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2021-3, purchasing policy adjustment to the Code of Ordinances, final reading.
Is there a second?
Second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Hudson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges?
Yes.
Commissioner Andrews?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Price?
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks?
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Next is Ordinance 2021-04, Amendment to Code of Ordinances, Planning and Commission Appointments, second reading. Director Portell?
Mayor, if I can go ahead and read that ordinance.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So this is Ordinance 2021-04, an ordinance of the City of Madeira Beach, Florida, amending certain sections of Article 3, Boards, Committees, Commissions of Chapter 2, Administration of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Madeira Beach, to delete reference to the Board of Commissioners as it relates to the local planning agency, to provide for the appointment of 7 members to the Planning Commission, to provide for the qualification of Planning Commission members, to provide for qualification criteria of Planning Commission members, to provide that the Planning Commission will meet monthly as necessary, to provide that hearing applications be filed with and noticed by the Community Development Department, to enlarge the notice area to 300 feet of the subject property, to provide that the Board of Commissioners will no longer provide clerical and administrative personnel to the Planning Commission, and providing for an effective date hereof. That was the second and final reading of Ordinance 2021-04 by title only.
Thank you.
Hello. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, this is the second reading, as we've talked about, of having the credentials for the Planning Commission encouraged in ordinance, just to make it clear to the community what type of input we're requesting for those boards.
Okay. Is there any discussion amongst the board? Is there any public comment on this? Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve ordinance 2021-04 for the appointments for the Planning Commission.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Hodges?
Yes.
Commissioner Andrews?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson?
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks?
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Next is ordinance 2021-01, Plan Development Zoning for Schooner, first reading and public hearing. Director Portell? Yes.
Read that
Sorry about
ordinance. And I just want to read the quasi-judicial procedures that we're going to be using for this hearing. So this is ordinance 2021-01, an ordinance of the City of Madeira Beach, Florida, rezoning certain real property generally described as 14,500 Gulf Boulevard, 14,550 Gulf Boulevard, vacant lot to the west of 106 145th Avenue East, vacant lot to the south of 14,601 Gulf Boulevard, 106 145th Avenue East, and 14,503 Gulf Boulevard for medium-density multifamily residential R3 and retail commercial C3 to Plan Development PD District, providing for reading by title only and providing for an effective date hereof. I want to go ahead and explain the quasi-judicial procedures. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it's not the Board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. In this quasi-judicial hearing, the Board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The Board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the Board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criterion established in the Code of Ordinances, then the Board is required by law to find against the applicant. With that being said, I need to swear in any witnesses that are going to be speaking today. If you could stand up, raise your right hand, I need to swear you under oath. Anyone that's going to speak. You swear that the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, everyone. So, Mayor, we'd have the city go ahead, city staff make a presentation, followed by the applicant.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. We have a slide presentation. I've also handed you a hard copy in case you can't see well from where you're standing. There's a great deal of detail that's gone into this because, as Mr. Trask said, we have to present you with full and competent evidence and in a way that meets all of the criteria. And for that reason, the presentation or the memo that I established for the Commission through the City Manager, this presentation, followed the list of requirements for a PD in the code, and under each there's a set of recommended findings so that you have that available to understand what evidence we use to make our recommendations. Also, at the end, there is a slide where we recommend, we make our recommendation, and I recommend that if you do make a motion to approve or to deny, that you base that on the findings that you've heard tonight or that have in front of you, and add any conditions that you think are appropriate to those which we are recommending. So we've given it to you in hard copy so you can make notes if you want to add anything. I'll try to go through these quickly because I know it's a lot of material. This is just a copy of the graphic that's been provided by the schooner, keeping in mind that this is a PD, and if you have specific design standards in mind for any building, you are able to discuss that with the owners. The location is shown to you on the map, and as you can see, it's closer towards this end of town. It's in an area which is commonly concurred one of the hubs of activity that was previously addressed in comprehensive planning efforts for the city. We provide you with this map that shows you exactly which properties on an aerial are included. You'll note that the property is divided by the roadway, and under state law, the road cannot be used to force two separate developments, that you have a unified design across the road. It's considered contiguous and connected property if it is all presented as a single site plan, and in this case it has been. It includes properties you can see on the next slide that show you the maps. On the one on the left, you could see the existing land or zoning. All of the land use in underlying land use does allow for the use. The zoning is for the medium density residential along the beach, which does provide for both tourist accommodation and a portion of the building to be used for non-residential or non-tourist activities such as restaurants or meeting spaces. And on the east side, it is the C3, which, as you know, is our mixed retail and office and commercial zoning. It has one lot that is designated R2. That is the portion of the development that they have suggested would be used for open space, landscaping, and percolation. The map on your right shows you that it would all be designated as PD. We have pictures of the area here in case anybody doesn't know where it is and hasn't seen it, or people in the future are reviewing your plans. The west is directly into the schooner. You can see the building next to it is a 6-story building. When you look down towards the north, you could see that there are other tall buildings along Gulf Boulevard looking north. And in fact, when you get all the way down to the north, you know that those buildings are 10 and 12 stories. In fact, the staff has reviewed the buildings, the multifamily type buildings, the tourist buildings along that side of Gulf Boulevard, and can say that the mode number, the most commonly occurring number of floors among those multifamilies is 7. Across the street, you're looking at existing development and the parking lots that will be included or transitioning into parking for the proposed development. Please note when you look directly down the street there on 146 that there are 200 feet of uninterrupted curb break on that property. You drive directly onto the property with no curb break there. That would be eliminated by any redevelopment, obviously. Then you have the southwest. You could see that the building currently is within 2 feet of the right-of-way, or 2 feet of the property line. That had happened because years ago when DOT widened Gulf Boulevard, they took 17 feet off the front of everybody's property and ended up with buildings right on the sidewalk. That would be corrected, adjusted at a new development. Then you're looking from to the south, you could see that they have the county's park right next to the property. The purpose of the PD is to accommodate integrated and well-designed developments, to associate zoning with specific plans that come with a project, and then to provide flexible design and encourage imaginative approaches to things. Also to assure development is functional, high quality, compatible with adjacent lands, and further that furthers the planning goals of the community. And this is important because we will be addressing comprehensive planning as a concept. You have to meet and further your comp plan goals. It also encourages mix of use. The neighborhood meeting is required when you do a PD, and this has actually had 2 neighborhood meetings because if you think way back, and Commissioner Hodges was here, was the only one, this has been here before in a different configuration, but they had had a neighborhood meeting before. They've had other meetings and workshops with the commission, but they were coming back with an amendment to the project, And it was substantial enough in its distribution of uses and its design that it was seen as appropriate for them to go back and have another more current neighborhood meeting. The transcripts of that are in your packet, and that is required to be made available to you. It's there in front of you. They did offer the opportunity for the owners and the tenants to speak. They did video and transcripts for it, and did not specifically assure any changes to design or anything that you need to know about at this point. One thing I do want to note as we start talking about the details of the project is that I took a picture today, I think of the wrong grid, or we rearranged it incorrectly. But at any rate, the building that's being proposed is shown in one of the grids as being a maximum of 54 feet. And you can't get this many stories at 54 feet, but the elevation shows a correct number. And we do have corrected numbers. They're included in the record. I just took the wrong picture today. And you can ask detailed questions about the actual height in the building when the developer is available to you. The existing conditions, I think you know well. There are a number of buildings on what would become the hotel site right now. Those are problem for the city in terms of providing emergency services. The buildings are old, they're desperately in need of repair. And then in addition to that, you'll note that the entire front of the current schooner is wide open curb. It's 150 feet of uninterrupted opening, and people pull right onto the site and back right into Gulf Boulevard, which, as we all know, is a no-no. So, and whenever we're doing redevelopment, we have the opportunity to fix all of those things. The changes should thus result in considerably better traffic management up on Gulf Boulevard. But you will also note that right now the schooner property is up, designed pretty close to the road. They would be actually pushing it further back with the new building for more landscaping. And on the next page, you see that Phase 1 site plan. There's that landscaping that I was pointing your direction to. There are a couple of parking spaces they have designed there. And then there's also some really kind of tricky circulation for the parking. We'll have to get into the details and make sure that all works when we do site plan review. These, remember, are concept drawings at this point, and they will still have to come back to us with detailed site plan and make sure that we can get everything maneuvering properly inside and out. The next is those elevations I was talking about. Just to give you an idea of what they proposed at this time. And at this time, we have not specified anywhere in here any kind of design guidelines because we don't have any adopted, but that does not mean you can't adopt them specifically for this project. Again, we have the other elevations. This next one deals with what's on the ground on what will become the parking area, and it's mostly parking right now. That area that currently is residential would be the percolation, the landscape area in the back. And we'll show you the Phase 1 site plan. The concept, it's 65 spaces on that side. That's considerably more than you may have heard or read is actually being provided for the hotel. That's what the number of spaces they need to meet their code for the way that the maximum that they're going to be operating in at this time. And Phase 2, and the reason you have this Phase 2 site plan is that we had encouraged them from the very start when they came in talking about building on both sides of Gulf that at some point we'd really like them to come back with retail or other commercial on the ground floor. That's essential for us maintaining a diverse and healthy economy is to be able to get people walking and moving up and down the city, and it also honestly ends up controlling traffic speeds a little bit because people naturally calm down their driving when there's something closer to the road and there's activities going on. This is just something that all of us have learned well over the years in planning and engineering. Now the shaded hashed area right there shows the proposed area that would be turned into some kind of commercial, and then what would happen is the back area would be the maneuvering and traffic circulation area that would move the rest of the parking up to like the second and even the third floor. So structured parking would be built over top of this. We've also asked, and we want you to consider approving it to potentially have that third floor, even if that number of new spaces is not required to meet their retail, in case we just want to have some additional parking for the public in the area. It would give them a better use of their capacity, and a few extra spaces with parking not on the street is always good around here. I do also want to let you know that when I have talked to the developer about this shows a hashed area for an activity, but it does not imply that the building would be going all the way up to the sidewalk edge. That is not possible. It would create a hazard along the street and on the corners. You wouldn't be able to see. So what we're recommending further down, you'll see, is either 10 or 15-foot setback from the property line based on the type of end use, and I'll get into that in more detail in a minute. This shows you the back side and what's intended for the east side. Again, we were using the wrong old grid, I think, for the height, but that is on the elevation. So, some things that you must consider. Consistency of the plan and with the zoning. There's no change to the land use being proposed here for this PD. The requested uses are permitted in both the land use and the zoning, and the lot that is currently designated for R2 would be designated for open space and percolation area. And I'm not talking about ugly pits of drainage, but we can do landscaping to make it very park-like. Consistency with the standards and practices of planning. They will be regulated in accordance with adopted land development standards. You will notice in your packet, if you took the time to read it, I know it's very tedious, there's a long list of requirements in there that show you exactly what our code says a PD has to have in it. And behind it, there is a remark as to the fact that was provided in the concept plan. No question about it, it doesn't move forward if it doesn't meet the code in terms of what the submission is supposed to have. The other thing that we look at is making sure that even though this is a concept, the concept doesn't have anything in it that prevents them from meeting all of the land development codes in detail when we get to the site plan process. So we know that we can meet all the provisions for stormwater, traffic safety, coastal development, floodplain management, building code, the flood management criteria, and the development review process will follow the zoning. They still have to go through site plan review. This design does further the comp plan goals, and that's something, as I said, we have to consider. It does so, and I've given you in your report exact numbers of policies, which policies are addressed by this development. And they cover things like providing retail on the ground level, reducing the overall parking footprint by providing structured development, proposing to move the crosswalk, it minimizes pedestrian auto interactions, and if not, by providing valet parking, paying careful attention to site time detail, scaling, and buffering, especially if you are to specify anything additional. It's always done what's been there, and you could see what we've already asked for a lot of landscaping. The consolidating the development of several lots, concentrating the driveways, all of that is stuff that our comp plan says we should be trying to accomplish with new development. Now, the reason that we're here, at least the original motivation, is the height. The height that's being requested is 8 floors over the ground parking, and inclusive of a roof deck. That concentrates all the density from that entire site, including both sides, onto one side, onto the beach side. By doing that, it does reduce the amount of back and forth traffic. Originally, they had come in with a design that had rooms on both sides. That would have meant people staying on one side or going to restaurants and the beach on the other. Would have been more traffic, pedestrian-wise. The added building height also is required in order for them to achieve the density that the comp plan says they can have. In fact, in the city, the PD is the only method we have available to allow anyone to achieve the higher densities of commercial and tourism in any district. It's the only way to use our comp plan right now. The placement of tourist uses in the lower scale of the structured parking on the east side provides a step down towards the residential, which is also required in the comp plan. They have asked a little bit of a setback is normal. We want to cite all of this in a way that keeps up with modern standards for development, ways to keep people moving up and down the sidewalk and interest and things like that. As I said, there's a 2-foot setback on the east side that's not going to work for anybody. What we were proposing over there is a 15-foot for retail, which would be allowed to cantilever out to 10, or a 10-foot for office. The reason is that extra 5 feet for retail or restaurant gives you the opportunity to put some tables or activities out on the sidewalk, and then there's still room for your landscaping and planters that give you that sense of space against the road and protection from the road. So those are some redevelopment kind of design criteria we usually propose. So the proposed building setbacks would be much greater on the beach side than they are right now. And I think that we've been able to come to an agreement on that 15 and 10 arrangement. The development impact and adequate facilities. This is going to be important because I know that there was information distributed around town this week that made some accusations about how the city permits and implied that the staff had not used the code and the requirements and maybe provided some misleading or incomplete information about traffic impacts, parking, things like that. These are all really emotional issues here anyway. And so, of course, we're always very concerned about them. I want to make sure that the record's clear. Adequate capacity is available for all the required services and facilities, or will be demonstrated by service provider approval at the time of impact, in accordance with Florida statutes and city's ordinance. The site design and building development will only be approved in the site plan process when required levels of service or those impact fees are paid. And they are approved by the appropriate reviewing agency. Remember, we don't even have the right to charge anything, let's say, impacts on a DOT right away. They still have to review it and approve it. And if they think that they need some improvements, they're going to make them make those improvements. And until they agree to do so, they can't get a permit from us to develop. Traffic impacts specifically. The site has credit for its existing trips. That means the trips that are on the schooner side and the units across the street. And when you add all that up, what they're proposing now is only 14 more rooms. So by law, they only have to respond to the impact of that additional 14 rooms. 14 rooms is not enough impact to move our roadway from being in compliance to out of compliance or into a new category of service. It's not enough trips. And that is held up by the fact that we did get a traffic report from a registered engineer on the site before we moved forward, and they have provided that they used the traffic engineering manual, the International Traffic Engineering Manual, which is the basis of all of our traffic counts, and that they had done their own analysis. Again, they still got to get past DOT. Access. Again, the proposed development will close and consolidate nearly 200 feet of open curb plus 2 driveways on the east side into just 2 driveways. And it will close 150 feet of open curb and pull-up parking along Gulf Boulevard into 1 driveway. This will greatly enhance the traffic mobility and safety in the area. Parking. The capacity of the buildings will be set in accordance with the parking provided. In other words, we will go through the code, and if they don't have enough room for a certain number of tables, if they don't have the ability or seats, a capacity and in a meeting space, they can't use it that way. They have a certain number of parking spaces proposed right now, and that is their limit in terms of how many people they can bring on site. And we've been very specific about that in the conditions that follow this. If later they come back and they build that structured parking across the street and it turns out they still have some capacity within the hotel, that's fine, then we can do adjustments for them. Development, with inclusion of the recommended conditions, will serve the public interest as a statement or a finding you must make. The redeveloped, it will redevelop antiquated and vacant properties, promote infill development, provide scale-appropriate tourist accommodations, reduce the incompatibilities of non-conforming development types, and reduce emergency services that are currently demanded by that site. We also, it will also improve the built environment, another condition that you need to consider. It will improve facility provision with updated standards and design, especially things like drainage. Everything will be cleaner and safer. And it will improve the built environment aesthetic and enhance the values of the subject property and all surrounding properties as well. It meets the land development regulations to this point, and we know that the concept plan has the potential to meet all the development regulations that are required for a full site plan. The local planning agency, which is your planning commission, and the staff recommend that the BOC vote to accept the findings presented in this memo and report and approve Ordinance 2021-01 with conditions as listed in Section 1, A through N, and is regulated through the development agreement process. The development agreement would follow this, and it goes to the LPA on the 5th, I think? 3rd, there we go. And then would be back here on the 12th when this comes back for a second reading. Again, the recommendation is provided. There are a list of conditions. They are you have those in front of you, and you should add any on that you think are appropriate and reference those as well. And existing conditions, some demolition requirements are listed. They talk about the silt fence and the soil erosion control, that the utilities will have to be undergrounded, and they specify that, provide the location of their FDC, which is your fire suppression system, provide authorization for the new crosswalk. They would like to move the crosswalk that's existing on Gulf closer and in front of their building, connecting the buildings on both sides. If they do that, what we've agreed to anyway, it's up to you. They have committed to providing valet parking, and they'd like to provide it during the hours when food and beverage services are operating. And we have required that they provide valet parking 24/7 until such time as they arrange that move on the crosswalk, because you just can't be sure it's safe when people are going back and forth using a restaurant if they've had anything to drink, and especially as night comes on. So that's what we had recommended, that when the crosswalk is provided as described, the valet service will continue to be provided during the hours of food and beverage operation plus 1 half hour. And that in the meantime, they have the 24/7 valet. If they come back and they are unable to get the crosswalk worked out, we also want to sit down with them and look at other ways to make sure the pedestrians are safe and kind of evaluate how it's working over time. And of course, they've been agreeable to that. They are, of course, worried about the conditions and things that other people have asked them about. The development will be required to meet all appropriate land development regulations. The restaurant bar meeting space can accommodate a maximum of 160 patrons in-house. That's because of overlap with parking and everything. They can't do any more than that unless they build more parking later. The future structure plan on the east is allowed 1 floor of additional parking. That's one of our conditions we propose in case the public needs parking. Imagine that. It's entirely possible. The hotel can provide hotel guests with lounge chairs, cabanas, and the use on the beach, and we'll provide services to these guests as is customary for hotels. However, we were very concerned about the impacts of having business operating so close to the beach. We've been through all of those discussions recently, and we want to make sure that that's addressed here. The non-hotel guest, in other words, people just showing up to use the restaurant or something like that, they will have access to the restaurant of the hotel, but full restaurant service will not be extended to the beach, and no tables or standard chairs or picnic tables and seating will be allowed on the beach. So past the CCCL, it's just people from the hotel who are using their lounge chairs and getting a drink, sort of things. It's the kind of low-impact hotel activities you typically see on the beach, but not a full-service restaurant expanding itself out there. Okay, the hotel and events operations will utilize the beach area for special events approved by the city special events permit. We do get requests for things like weddings and such, and those are always approved special events. Hotel staff will police the area used by the customers to ensure that it is clean and free of debris of all kinds, and of course adhere to the city ordinance dealing with leave no trace. Where the turtles' nests are found, and we all know it's going to happen, and actually they tend to locate themselves right where you normally walk, but when they find any turtle nest, the hotel access and operations will be altered as needed to ensure the integrity of the nest and safety of the hatchlings. All hotel rooms and public areas will be posted with notices regarding sea turtle safety and requirements. All turtle lighting requirements, as may be updated and amended from time to time, will be met on an ongoing basis during turtle seasons per Florida statutes and city ordinances. And the last of your original conditions, the design of the structured parking on the east will include architectural detail to disguise it as a parking garage so that it's more in keeping with whatever design aesthetic is chosen for the ground floor, instead of just looking like stacked parking on top. This would be a lot better to look at. It makes the parking shadier and also helps the property values of surrounding lots. Then we had, as I said earlier, I suggest that we be specific and add in that it's not the intent of the commission that that shaded area and any building be allowed immediately against the property line or within 2 feet of the property line as is depicted. And then I've just given you the suggested recommendation letter, and obviously you're going to do what you want with the conditions. Just hoping that when you do make a motion, that you move to include findings or amended findings and conditions. Thank you.
Now is the time for the commission to ask any questions. It's not the time to make a statement or a position relative to the evidence that you've heard so far, but if there are any questions, the city staff, now would be the time to ask those questions. Commission only.
Is there any timeline on this second phase at all regarding a parking garage?
We have been talking to them about that in the development agreement that would follow on this, and that still needs to be determined. We had recommended at one point a 2-year maximum, and then I think it got even suggested that they get started within a year. We didn't want it to string out if they are going to build there to go ahead and build. The complexity is obviously if they put up the hotel in the parking lot and then they come back later and try to build on the parking lot, they have a parking problem for the hotel. So they're very hopeful that they'll be doing it all at the same time, and they've been actively trying to make sure that they line something up. Otherwise, what they had asked is if they got in that situation, they would be allowed to work with the staff to get approval for off-site valet parking for their customers and client and hotel occupants. We had a similar arrangement that was used for the town center so that when we were working on Madeira Beach, you never know what you're going to find when you start making construction changes. And I've had the opportunity, because of the way that the development agreement was written, to review that on a case-by-case basis as it happened, make adjustments and approvals to their transportation plan. And I think they'll bring that up when they get up here.
Okay. Is on the parking garage, will it have excess capacity?
That's what I'm suggesting, is that an extra floor of capacity be allowed them. Typically, you don't encourage people to put in a whole bunch of extra parking here, but given the situation along the beach and that this location right next to the county's parking lot, my suggestion is that we allow that extra floor of space for parking.
It would be nice even if this little Madeira Beach community have the ability to use their parking stickers in that parking garage.
Right, well...
It's a thought. I don't have any other questions.
Linda, I have a
Yes.
question. On the fourth page to the end, under conditions, and I was going to ask you about having people coming in off the beaches to, go to the restaurant or the bar or whatever if they're allowed. And I could see where it does say non-hotel guests will have access to the restaurant. But that is just the restaurant. They're not going to be using the bar or anything else there?
No, the intent, but their intent is to have a restaurant inside the building and also to have a small restaurant bar type activity on the roof. That's why we keep referencing the roof. That's what they're asking. And they did intend for people coming off the street to be able to have access to those services, but not to be able to get that service out on the beach. They would have to come all the way inside the building to get them.
Someone who's just visiting the beaches, you just can't walk in there and expect to be served.
Well, yes, she could. They do intend to serve people from off the beach, just not on the beach. We don't want to take food and set up tables on the beach.
That's what I need to
Any other questions from the commission?
But we are serving guests on the beach. They can get drinks and things. So
Those who are staying at the hotel, who are sleeping at the hotel and are considered hotel guests, would be able to get a cabana type or a lounge chair to take out to the beach, and they would like to be able to serve them drinks and things out on a one-by-one basis, but not to set up tables and chairs and do a full menu restaurant activity out there. And it would be only for those that are staying at the hotel.
So that's kind of a new step for us.
Yes, and the reason this is coming up as a new step suddenly is because for many years, you've had land use designation and zoning designations that allow you to have commercial built into residential buildings on the beach. Just hasn't been done. And so right now what we're seeing is when people come in and they're building these tourist accommodations, they want to have some sort of restaurant associated with it. And so they're trying to take advantage of the land use definition that's been in the code all along. Any kind of restaurant activity can only be 20% of the use. The rest of it has to be either tourist or hotel. And I wouldn't be surprised that it's kind of trial. I mean, we have to update our comp plan if y'all really feel that sort of thing's not going to work in the long run. This is a good time for us to start talking about that. But as of right now, it meets the criteria for the land use.
Vice Mayor, did you have questions?
I do. Part of your findings with the inclusion of recommended conditions is the finding that this new development will reduce emergency services demand and its associated public cost. How?
Well, right now, the fire department emergency services for medical problems are going to the schooner really regularly because it's being used by people with a lot of extracurricular activities that cause them health problems. So they are routinely having problems with drug overdoses and things. Just the buildings are old, and it's not attracting the kind of clientele that contributes to your economy. It's attracting the kind of clientele that ends up with a lot of social problems. So anything new is obviously going to cost people more. It would be managed on site in a different manner, and the emergency service is expecting to have to go there less often. And anytime you're talking about, well, should we approve something or not, that's one of the redevelopment things to consider. What's the real impact? Are there different kinds of expenses we would have because of this? But would we be saving in any way at all? And that's one way you will notice a savings. There's also, even with the split and the parking on the other side, right now, like I said, we're only increasing the units in the area by 14. So there's already crossover traffic right there on foot, and right now it's dealing with all of this backup parking on Gulf Boulevard, all this parking on 146 where people are just headed in all directions. That's a very dangerous situation. If we can consolidate the parking access onto Gulf, then those who are walking up and down the sidewalks or crossing will be a lot safer.
Okay, if there are no other questions?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The R2 zoning that we're absorbing into this PD.
Right.
I live in an R2 zoning area. I don't want to look at a retention pond in my yard or across the street. Did the folks who live, I don't even know what street this is because everything's so blurry, but did they have anything to say about looking at a very nicely landscaped retention pond?
I know when we give the developer a list of who they have to contact by mail to let them know that the neighborhood meeting is occurring, and those are the same type of notices we send out for the planning commission. So the property owners did receive direct notice, not only the last time it was proposed, which also had that as retention. You'd be surprised at the number of people who would prefer to have a park-like retention built next to them than a building, or even residential, because you never know who you're going to be moving in next to, do you? And so we can have, you could add some standards in there to talk about, you really want it to be park-like, and specify that so that when it gets back to the planning commission and the staff, that's what we're looking for. We don't want it to look like a big drainage ditch. It needs to look like a little pocket park. The other thing is that you can also, request specific kinds of landscaping, and I do want to make the point that even now in the code, to prevent kind of conflict in those kind of situations, we now allow a 6-foot fence to extend all the way to the front setback in areas where you have residential and any kind of commercial parking, so that if they want to have a solid fence there, it can be put in, or we can have the developer put it in as part of the conditions.
And my next question is to our attorney. The ordinance itself doesn't reference the R2, although it references the C3 and the R3. Do we need to add that?
If the ordinance doesn't reflect it properly, then the answer is yes, that we can do that by the second reading.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is just the first reading. It'll come back to you for a second reading. It'll come back to you with the development agreement. So this is the first step.
Okay.
Yep.
And at this point, are we going to be discussing additional conditions?
Yes.
Okay.
This would be the point where you would ask that so that we can be sure we get them into it before second reading. And also, Mr. Trask would, I'm sure, want to weigh in about which of those gets transferred into the development agreement, in what way those are reflected in the agreement itself.
Okay, I do have an additional condition, if I may.
Okay, let me just stop you right now.
Okay.
It's the right time for this meeting, but it's the right time for the discussion of it.
Got it. Okay.
I'd like you to
Sorry
hear
about that.
all of the evidence first, and then there may be something you hear that may change your thoughts on that. So
Okay.
I want to make sure we get in all the evidence. So if there are no other questions of city staff, don't sit down yet, Linda. Mr. Bodziak, you're the applicant. Do you have any cross-examination questions for Linda? You'll have your opportunity to make a presentation. Any questions? All right, so the record reflects, because you weren't picked up,
Can we talk
that
about,
there are no cross-examination questions. I'm sorry, would somebody say something else?
can we talk about parking before we get there? How many?
So if you have a question of staff, you can ask that question. As for discussion purposes, let's wait until all the evidence is in. You may hear your questions answered by the applicant, who's next. You have a question of Linda?
Yes.
Okay.
looking at our requirements, the ordinances, section 110.971, it talks about how many parking spots are required for the hotel. So we're talking about a 9-story building with 56 rooms. So we need 56 parking spots for hotel guests, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we have 160 patron restaurant. And that it takes 4 people, you divide by 4 for every parking spot. So we need 40 parking spots for restaurant guests, plus a few extra for the staff.
Right, but if you look further down into the section, it specifies that where you have a mixed use and where you have a hotel with services, the services portion is calculated as 50% of the standalone use. And that is because some of those 160 people are also the ones who are staying in the hotel. That's a 160 total capacity that they're able to serve at the restaurant. That's not with everybody else in their room. That's including the restaurants or the hotel guests. Those calculations are supposed to include a certain number of staff that comes with that. If you have concerns about that, you can ask for additional parking. And we've already talked about, I wanted to have additional parking anyway if we have an opportunity and they're building up at the structure. Otherwise, as I said, if we feel that that's not enough and that there needs to be a special standard other than what we have in our code for this use, then we would need to specify how it's different. And also, we can limit the number, like I've said, that they can have 160. You can say, okay, it needs to be 155 or 150 instead, because we're worried about those extra so many parking spaces or staff that would come to the hotel. So what we did was the total number of units plus the meeting and eating areas, and then divided those eating areas by half based on the code's instructions and added them to the number of units, number of hotel rooms.
Okay. So then we also have the bar upstairs.
Right.
Is that part of the 160?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And there are special events that they're talking on the beach. So do we have to have parking for those types of events?
No, that would be included in the services that they normally provide. For instance, if they're sponsoring a wedding and it's among the guests who stay at the facility, that 160 covers everybody that they're serving. So they're not supposed to say, well, but we can put a tent out there and do a wedding and we're not going to count those people. Those people, that's their capacity because that's all the parking they've got. So usually their special events are going to be geared towards their hotel patrons because they only have 160 to work with.
Right. So how many spots do they have planned or have we allowed? So far there's 65 across the street in the parking lot. 65, and then 14 inside the building. Okay, thank you.
All right, there being no other questions from the commission at this time, since there's no cross-examination, Mr. Bodziak, you on behalf of the applicant can go ahead and make your presentation. If you could step forward, introduce yourself and who are the other people that are going to be talking. We need to be talking one person at a time.
Good evening, Jack Boziak, architect. The owners, the developers wanted to step up and say something. If you'd like, I can either allow them to come up first and make a quick word and then go about my presentation if you have no objection to that. Mr. Trask, is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
I just don't want two of you standing up there talking at the same time. Then, okay. It's just hard to take that down.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Jeff Beggins, live at 429 Boca Seca Drive, one of the owners of the Schooner Hotel and applicants of this project. So what I wanted to do is just take a second and just walk everybody back. First, I want to applaud Ms. Portel for probably the best politically correct answer to a question about emergency service use I've ever heard in my life. So great job on that, Linda. So, Commissioner Hodges, you probably remember 2019 we came through, and when we first started and acquired the Schooner property, we came in with we thought it was a pretty unique plan. The people at the time may or may not have, but it went through planning and zoning, unanimous, went through first rating, unanimous to the commission, and then there were some questions about the PD requirements that were in place at the time, and they were kind of brought into question as to whether or not they were proper. So the city, being responsible, went through and readapted and redesigned the steps to get a PD approved. And then we happened to hit COVID, and all those other things went through, so time goes by. So here we are again. And so we took some time to really contemplate, to think, to redesign and figure out what would be the coolest thing to do. And as you guys know, I live here in town, been here for over 20 years over here. My dad's too, he's a partner, raising my family here, so I think you guys know how much I love the town. So we're putting a lot of thought, energy, and love behind this project. So one of the things we did is really think about the location. And what's unique about this location is it really is almost an island, right, to itself. There's a big county park next to it. There's our parking lot across the street. There's some commercial on the other side of the street, and then there's the residential, the condos right next door, the air dam condos. So what we did is spend a lot of time with the owners of that project, with the board of directors, multiple meetings, and said, here's what we have. And at the time, it was a 7-story building with a rooftop, if you remember that, and it was a big square. And then that square was not the best because the people next door were going to lose their view, everybody on the south side. So when we kept re-evaluating and thinking about what we can do, the idea was to kind of make it an L shape, right? If we can make it an L shape, then you can give those people a corridor, right? So if you take that piece out, now everybody on the south side of that building can now have a view. So that's kind of what we did, and we worked with them. We went back to the architects, went back to the engineers. But the challenge there was if you take that section of the building out, you got to do something with it, so it went a little bit higher, right? So they're really the only affected parties, right? Really affected parties. I know somebody stated that they thought they were a little further down the street, but they have a direct unobstructed view that we're not touching. So that's where we spent a lot of time with the real affected parties right next door. So that's what we did. So wanted to get you guys know that's a lot of thought went into this. And we're taking 5 separate buildings that are all not in the best shape. I'll be politically correct on that. And
There's no time limit? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
So we're taking 5 buildings, converting it down into 1, which is nice. We're taking 42 units that are scattered around these 5 buildings and putting them all into 1. And we're only adding, as Linda said, only 14 more units. So that's pretty cool. So the redesign, we think, is responsible, put a lot of time into that, to do that. So that's what we're doing. So what are the other things I wanted to talk about is from a parking perspective and some rumors that went around. I think a lot of you received, and I received an email that I'd be remiss, I have to address, right? That went out, and that Bill Gay is sent around and used a city asset email list, which I think is a lot of audacity to do that, to use a city asset for personal reasons, but whatever. But what I don't agree with is people using mistruths and lies to slant their own position. So I want to take a second and talk about what's being said and how that's not true, right? Because I do take that personally, right? So a couple things to talk about, because if there are any people with negative comments, they may be swayed by mistruths. So I'm going to call those out. So first thing is this email that was sent around to a bunch of people and saying that it's a flawed development, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of opinions in this. So there's many, many lies in here. So the first one that I really take offense at is the fact that he accused myself and Kevin Bowden, who's the co-owner of the Cambria, of actually providing pool services and landscape and basically bribing the neighbors next door for positive comments. I don't take that lightly. That's wrong, and I wish you were here so I can discuss that with you later, but you're not. So false stories like that I don't think are proper. So the couple things that we have, cities urged us to put retail on the parking level. Yeah, that's what we want to do, put retail with parking. Then he said if a retail parking lot goes on that side, parking spaces will disappear. Not true. If we do put the retail on the side, there's a parking garage, and then there will probably be additional levels of that parking garage that go above that. To address that point that you said, Mr. Mayor, about the parking garage, our intent is absolutely to build it at the same time. It's economically feasible to do that. The issue is it's also not cheap, right, to do that. So once we see the PD goes through, we'll be shopping to find some good tenants that help it become financeable to build a parking structure, which I think you guys all know is not a cheap undertaking. So that's why we have full intentions to do that, and we will work very hard to do that because it's not appropriate or convenient to have an operating hotel and then later build a parking structure to kind of shuffle around. Now we do, because of our partner Kevin owns a lot of property in the town center, we would figure out ways to shuttle and valet and do things if we needed to. But our intent is to do that as quickly as possible at the same time on that. So a couple other things I just wanted to bring out on here that are not true. The developer says that they calculated spots for the hotel without including parking spaces for the restaurant and bar. Not true, and they already addressed those. There are no traffic lights on 145th or 46th. And he says, we propose a traffic light on 145th or 6th. We did not propose a traffic light at all. We're just looking to get a pedestrian crossing there because we want safety to be, it is primary. Why did we not do a traffic study? We absolutely did. It's another falsity in the email. You guys have it in your packet. We provided it to Linda very early on in the deal, and we understand how this works, right? So that was there. And also, why did we not? Because in the traffic study that you have just shows that anything less than 51 peak hour trips does not require an additional traffic study, just an extra impact fee, and that's what we're prepared to do, and it's in our budget, as you guys know. So that's what we have on that one there. A lot of the references to the Holiday Isle Marina and Town Center, I believe, are irrelevant. This is not that at all in there. And just, of course, the typical fear factor of Clearwater Beach comes back again, which is not true. We're adding 14 units, guys, and we're taking 17 spots that pull in and back out and create a major traffic hazard away from the deal. So I just wanted to take that point to clarify some of the falsities that were stated out there, and just let you guys know that we're doing everything we can to bring a really quality product here to the beach, and it's not a real estate play, it's a legacy play. I live here and raising the family here, and we're going to do something really beautiful, and hope you guys give us a chance to do that. And I want to ask Kevin to come up. I think he has a couple statements to say, too.
Good afternoon. Hi, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Kevin Bowden, I live in Lutz. As most of you know, I own the Cambria in town. Really excited to be here. We're looking, as Jeff said, to build a little 56-room boutique hotel with a rooftop pool, restaurant on the second floor, upscale hotel, a little bit more upscale than what the Cambria is. Square footage of rooms, average room about 750 square feet or so. I think it'll go great in town. I think Schooner is past its useful life at this point. Great piece of land, and we would appreciate everyone's support. I think that traffic, the issue of traffic being called out really is exaggerating. I'm building a hotel in St. Pete Beach right now as well. So I've been through the process with FDOT. I was through the process with FDOT when we redid 150th. FDOT is great. They're going to require us to make the entrance and the exit of the hotel safe. I think in Bill's email, he said that FDOT's primary concern is to keep the traffic moving. No, FDOT's primary concern is safety, public safety. And so we're just going to take a situation there that isn't great, and we're going to make it safe, and we're going to make it a great place for people to stay, and a place, I think, for the city to be proud of, and for us to enjoy the continued relationship with the city. The city staff, Linda, Bob, and everybody, has just been great to work with. I'm relatively new in town. I'm not Jeff. I haven't been here, or Jim, that's been here that long. But geez, the city has just been great to work with. Really intelligent people, really helpful people, and we just want to get a really nice hotel built promise you we'll do a great job operating it, and I hope to get your support. And if you have any questions after Jack speaks of us, I'm happy to answer them. Okay? Thank you. Bye.
I'm not used to great lead-ins, but as we go, usually it's a pretty lonely spot up here. Basically, I wanted to go through the basics as to our adherence to all the codes and the applicable routine of processing this project. As Jeff has mentioned, we previously had a project that was very similar, but actually 2 stories less in height that had gone through the process. At the time, it was addressed as being a little bit too decorative, and we went back into the process of redesigning. The element came up about the code, the PD not being properly couched and needing some modification. So that's what basically brought us back to the redesign phase. And as Jeff has said, compatibility and functionality are the 2 kind of things that we have to combine, along with adhering to all the codes. And in the process, the discussions with the neighbors next door were that I wanted to address, first of all, that the units, the additional 14 units aren't additional added density. They're the density when the 2 properties are put together, as Linda said, are considered as one. They're the density that was across the street, available across the street. Essentially, when we went through this process, one of the big concerns was that when all the density was at the essentially 6 or 7-story level in the previous 7-story in the previous approval, it basically took up the square of the site. And we had a very small pool up on the Gulf beachfront side. And what we did is, after meetings that Jeff and Kevin really led, we decided we would attempt to redesign this in order to open up the front, create an L shape, and create a view corridor for the existing area dam building. That's what prompted the additional height and pulling back some from the beach to create sort of a view corridor instead of a massive block that sat in the one right almost as close as it could get to the waterfront. The building actually is a state-of-the-art compromise of the height versus trying to make all the functions work. As I said, the compatibility with the surrounding properties and the functionality of the building. The property, as you know, is a VE14 on the Gulf side, and it's an AE12 on the east side of the road. Essentially, all the flood and FEMA regulations are met, and we basically have all the freeboard included and all the other FEMA regulations. I want to address one thing on the parking. We do have the 76 parking spaces plus bike credits and motorcycle credits, but also in one of the plans that we put forth, there was a tandem parking, even if it was only one level across the street, and that picked up another, I think it was 11 spaces. So the potential is that we could actually go to 87 spaces, even on one story, with plus bike parking and motorcycle parking. So I think we put as much as we could possibly get without having to go to the parking garage. The parking garage, I think, is a heck of a functional addition to the property, and I think that there's always been the consideration that as we get into this and get it approved and see what the final building is going to be in its final format, whether the economics justify going ahead right away with the second-level parking garage. But the intent is to attempt to do that, and I think both Mr. Bowden and Mr. Beggins covered that. The property, as I said, we've attempted to really bring this design in compliance with all the basic regulations, the civil engineering. Another one of the factors is you'll notice at the Cambria, you won't find a retention pond. That was used with an exfiltration system, which is an underground inverted half barrel that allows the drainage to stay below the surface. So there are alternatives to the ditch that everybody discusses pretty openly. Basically, I mean, I think that The building is a pretty attractive building, a very attractive building. We tried to do a more sophisticated approach, get away from the really fancy Don Cesar type glitzy approach that we originally had, and I think that we've come up with a compromise. It's a very sophisticated looking building. I think it'd be a complementary factor in the entire tourist industry in Madeira Beach, which is really flourishing as one of the most popular beaches for tourism. That's not an overbuilt and overpopulated beach. Aside from that, I mean, I'm here to answer any questions you may have. And sorry about the breathing through this thing, which gets a little bit crazy.
Any questions from the commission of the applicant?
I have none.
No? No questions?
One,
Yes, sir.
Yep.
is there a loading dock also included in this plan? I walked by the, one of the restaurants on Gulf Boulevard today, and they have trucks parked out on, blocking lanes on Gulf Boulevard, unloading things for the restaurant. Do we have a loading dock, or at least be off the road?
Well, the idea, underneath the building, we didn't jam every parking space we could have gotten. We left some areas in there that would be loading areas and could be easily unloading and loading at night. So we're not, this was designed with the basic functions being able to come up below the building. If you'll notice, we have an abundance of handicap spaces under the building, because our figure was, rather than put half of our handicap parking across the street and half of it back under the building, we thought that we tried to leave as much room under the building, put all of our handicap spaces under there, allow enough room for valet to take cars, put them on hold, and if necessary, take them across the street. So all that was a consideration. Yeah, there is plenty of room underneath the building, both in height and in area for loading and unloading. And the elevators are right there, close to the parking also.
For a full semi-truck?
Pardon me?
For a full
Yeah.
semi-truck?
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's got a lot of turning radius in there. It's not very tight.
Any other questions from the commission? There being none, Mr. Bodzak, do you have any additional witnesses on behalf of the applicant that you want to present?
No, I think my witnesses preceded me, actually.
All right.
One way or another.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
So at this point, we'll go ahead and have input from the public, anyone that wanted to speak. And Clara, this is the point where from the public, you're going to put on your regular timer. The applicant is not timed and city staff is not timed, but the public is timed, okay? All right, so.
I do have a question.
Yes.
One of the gentlemen that left and wanted to speak, he filled out a card. Do I do
Yep,
that?
we're going to get to those in a minute.
Okay.
We're going to let everybody that's here first speak, and then we can go to the emails and that type of thing. So anyone, there was a lot of people that stood up that I swore in earlier. Anybody that wants to speak and step up to the podium, please give us your name and tell us anything that you want with regard to this application. Yes, sir, come on up.
Bear with me, you guys got these off, so I'm going to take it off as well. Chuck Dillon, 529 Lillian Drive. I've just got a bunch of questions that I know I didn't have the answers to, so I'm sure you guys don't either. One, the zoning shows that the property did not go to the water line. However, they do have one of the properties going to the water line. So that's one of the 50 feet section. So are they going to be putting the cabanas and all that on just that 50-foot section or the whole 150 foot? Secondly, the property is 99 feet tall. I understand fire code, anything over 75 feet is considered a high-rise. What about employee parking? As David mentioned, they have 76 stalls, 79 stalls, but 56 hotel rooms, and everybody's only going to drive one car to the hotel. Also, the easements, they have 150 feet of property. They've got a 5-foot easement on the south side and a 10-foot easement on the north side. That's what easements are for normal 60-foot properties. Also, Airy Dam condo, the way I understand They took the property and made it from a corner to L shape, so they raised it 2 floors just so that 10 people or 10 condos have better views. So now we have a 9-story building. I don't know that that's very appropriate. And once again, the parking, you've got 160 people and all that. I'm not opposed to this at all, but it's within reason. Let's make sure we keep this stuff as it is, and I love the idea of having better parking over on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully Mr. Bodziak is making notes, and he'll be hopefully able to answer your questions when everybody else has made their presentations. So anyone else that would like to speak to the commission on this application? Yes, sir. Please step forward. State your name and your address. Tell us whatever you want.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, how's it going? Nicholas Newberry. I'm a realtor in town. And I think I like everything I hear about the project. You know, just to reiterate some of the stuff, it's taking 5 dilapidated buildings that are, you know, don't have the highest quality of people, you know, using them. So I think that's great. You know, they're taking 42 old units, they're consolidating it into 56 new, modern, beautiful ones. And as was stated, 14 units does not create a parking impact. So I don't see why that would be an issue. You know, they're adding a parking structure and retail on the east side of Gulf Boulevard. Again, another positive. You know, they're definitely removing a big nightmare, you know, by consolidating that curb space and getting rid of all those nose-in spaces. A fair amount of accidents happen per year. And as somebody who lives in town and, you know, goes out regularly, talks to everybody, I feel like a lot of my friends also, you know, also support the project very heavily. So I do feel like there's a lot of support, and I feel like the guys that are doing the project have done a lot in town, do a lot for the town, and, you know, I've got full faith in them that they're going to do it, you know, they're going to knock it out of the ballpark again with this project. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next, anyone else wants to speak tonight?
Mr. Everett?
I can't talk through this thing. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Jim Everett, 17404 2nd Street, East Reddington Shores. I did live here in Madeira Beach for a little over 10 years. I served on a couple of boards, know most of you folks. I just want to commend the city and tell you how lucky you are to have a PD process. I mean, this is what a PD is all about. It's about compromise. It's about conversations with the neighbors. And they've already made some outstanding compromises here. You're lucky you have a PD. I also lived in Treasure Island for 3 years. They wish they had a PD. So I would say that this hotel is beautiful, and to have a hotel on the beach, again, in Madeira Beach is exciting. We haven't really had a nice hotel on the beach since you tore the Holiday Inn down many years ago. So I think it's a fantastic addition, particularly in light of what's there now. It's a problem area that I know of and hear of. So I would strongly recommend that the commission move forward with the project and add another beautiful amenity to the city. I mean, look at what's happened just in the past few years with the Cambria and some of the developments going on, and it's really exciting what's happening in Madeira Beach, and I'm proud to have been part of that, and I commend you for moving forward on this, because it's a beautiful building. So I'd encourage you to move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? Yes, sir. Step forward. Tell us your name and address, please.
Hi, everybody. Doc John, protected address, Mayor, Commissioners. I don't have anything super important to say other than I have a pretty good pulse on the town, being the administrator of the Madeira Beach Facebook page. There's always going to be people that don't want, and there's people that do want, and everybody's got different ideas. That's one of the things that made this country great. Sadly, in the recent years, everybody seems to have it's either yes or no. It's not going to be that way. There's a lot of people that complain online. I don't see them here tonight, which I think is interesting. The last 3 meetings, most of the complainers are not here tonight. I've been here just because I think it's interesting to see what's going on, to see these people that complain that don't come and do it in a public forum. They do it from their keyboard at home. I don't normally get nervous in front of a room, which is really strange, but I want to tell you my personal experience with the people who are developing this and building it. Kevin, the Beggins, are great people. I've gotten to know them. I didn't know Kevin before the Cambria, but when I got to the Cambria and saw his employees standing around looking at their phones while he was sweeping floors and bussing tables, I was blown away by that. I love work ethic. I love people that want to work, and I love people that want to make this area better. I see that's what they're doing. If you don't know the politically correct, the non-filtered version of what, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. If you go on YouTube, there's actually a reality show that shows people doing drugs in front of that hotel on the road. It's because they can stay there. If we make it nicer and they don't want to hang out and do their drugs in that hotel, I think it's a great thing for the community. For an extra 14 rooms to have this property, I'm very excited. And I am somebody that's very environmentally conscious, as somebody that does a lot of the animal rescue in the area. I've rescued over 150 turtles from this beach, and 152 of them were from the schooner. Made national news for that one, and I love that they care about that beach and keeping it safe for the animals, keeping it clean. These are the kind of people that I want in this community, and a building that I want to see in this community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next.
Mr. Carnes.
I'm Bill Carnes, 11055 9th Street East in Treasure Island. I had the honor and privilege of partnering up with Kevin Bowden on the Madeira Beach Town Center development. I think all of us in the community that were concerned about what was being built there, I think Kevin and his team have done an outstanding job. I've referred over 50 residents to stay at the Cambria when they were first opening. Everyone had an excellent experience there. We host a lot of events here in Madeira Beach. I had the pleasure yesterday of being at the Rotary meeting that was held at the Cambria. These guys are involved in the community. They're not going anywhere. I think one of the things that I picked up on today when we talked about revenue early on, Commissioner Andrews, these additional revenues that come in from the Cambria Hotel, from the harbor condos that we're building next door, from the schooner, these are the things that are going to keep taxpayers' taxes low, and it's very important. I've said it before, I'll say it again, if the city's in neutral, it's going backwards, and Madeira Beach is moving forward, and I commend you all for that. And I thank these gentlemen very much for bringing this project forward, and I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carnes. Anyone else who would like to speak tonight? Yes, sir. If you could state your name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Marcus Winters. I live at 830 Capri Boulevard in Treasure Island. I saw the notes the other day and I saw the plan for this hotel, and after going through the whole planning and building and making an investment in this town, everything that Kevin and Jeff and his dad want to do to this town is improving the area that it is. The schooner it's not a credit to this town. It doesn't bring anything to this town. It's an eyesore. What these gentlemen are doing, they talk to their neighbours beside, they changed their building, they're clearing the sidewalks, FDOT. I know they will come in with a lot of restrictions, and these guys will build a really, really nice facility. I've been at many meetings before when we were planning the Cambria and people didn't want the Cambria. We've gone through one of the busiest spring breaks this area has seen in history, and the town didn't shut down. I think the Cambria, the hotel is a beautiful hotel. It's a beautiful facility in the town, and I think just taking on what that gentleman has done there, what he can do to a property that needs repair in this town, I think it's only a credit. So I think you guys should go ahead and improve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for hearing us tonight. My name is Randy Hagewood, and I live at 12405 3rd Street East, Treasure Island. And I own 10 condos that are almost across the street from the schooner, just a little bit north. I'm in between the car wash and the Holiday Owls Hotel. I operate those as short-term rentals. And when I stepped my foot into the Cambria, I just said, this is the most beautiful thing I've seen. I actually think it's, you know, the best thing in Pinellas County, the pool on the roof and all the amenities that it has. And I said, this would certainly be nice to have this out on the water, and that's what these guys are doing here. So I'm going to be proud to be across the street from them. And, you know, I don't call these guys competition. I call them friends and good business people in the city. So I do hope you approve it and it goes through smoothly and gets built. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. Anyone else? Okay, I don't see any other live people, so we need to go ahead and read the emails that came in and comments from anyone that may have left them with Clara. Do you want to start with the comments that you have, Clara, if you could read those?
I do. I have one. Kurt Miller, 14603 Gulf Boulevard, commented he fully supports approving the redevelopment of the schooner site.
Okay, thank you. Mr. City Manager, do you have other emails that came in on this agenda item?
Yes, I do. I have quite a few, so you'll have to bear with me. The first one is from Margaret Abel, 251 Boca Ciega Drive, in reference to the Schooner Hotel. I'm very excited to hear about a new rooftop bar and restaurant. Love caddies in Cambria and watching sunsets. Next one is from Philip DeConti, 13137 Gulf Lane. Good evening. My wife Tamara and I would like to recommend passage of the Schooner Hotel Development Plan. Madeira Beach is taking proactive steps in the development and modernization of our city. Thank you. The next one is from Michelle Christmas of 14100 North Bayshore Drive. To whom it may concern, I'm a resident of Madeira Beach and very excited to see all the improvements in my beach town, especially now that Madeira Beach was voted one of the top 10 beaches in the U.S. The schooner is well known for drug activities and attracting unsavory individuals. I walked the area picking up litter and found needles around the schooner. Redevelopment is necessary to improve the quality of life and remove the criminal elements that put the community at risk. I implore you to please approve redevelopment and rezoning. Next is from Sonny Flynn, 505 129th Avenue East. Mayor, Commissioners, and City Management, I'm unable to attend the meeting in person, but I want to read into the record my full support for the Schooner PD redevelopment project. As a resident business owner and president of Johns Pass Village Association, I encourage you to allow this project to move forward. It is beneficial to our business and community. Growth is not to be feared. Sensible growth is necessary. Next message is from Julie Stillwell, 14100 North Bayshore. To whom it may concern, I'm a resident of Madeira Beach and very excited to see all the improvements in my beach town, especially the new Cambria Luxury Hotel and the Gulfside Caddies Restaurant. Also very excited that Madeira Beach was voted one of the top 10 beaches in the U.S. I'm unable to attend the meeting in person, but I wanted to read into the record my full support of redevelopment and rezoning of the Schooner project. We enjoy walking along Gulf Boulevard and the beaches and pick up trash for the trash pirates of Madeira Beach. On many mornings, we have seen people sleeping in the hedges across the street from the schooner and on the beach side of the hotel. We see many beer and liquor bottles along the stretch of the street and beach. We have also witnessed used needles on the ground in the same areas that these homeless people are sleeping and generally hanging out. I've met a few people that live in the buildings next door to the schooner, and they've had many unpleasant experiences, and they are very excited about this redevelopment project. Redevelopment is necessary to improve the quality of life and remove the criminal elements that put the community at risk. I ask you to please approve this redevelopment and rezoning for the new Schooner Hotel on Gulf Boulevard. The next comment is from Jeremy Runo of LJR Investments Group. I'm unable to attend the meeting in person, but I wanted to read into the record my full support for this project. As a longtime business owner, 19 years, and a past resident, I support the responsible and sensible development in Madeira Beach. We lost hotel rooms over the last 20 years due to condo development versus hotels, and since redeveloping the past few years, such as the Cambria Hotel and Madeira Way, the city has begun to grow in a positive direction for business and income. The next message is from Randy and Diane Taylor. Dear Madeira Beach Commission, we were not able to attend the meeting, but would like this read into the record in full support of the new Schooner project located at 14500 Gulf Boulevard in Madeira Beach. What is refreshing and a beautiful resort for this great location. Not only will this new project bring beauty, but also safety to guest parking. The situation currently with the parking causes traffic to back up continuously while unknown guests pulling in, off Gulf crossing the sidewalk to park is dangerous to pedestrians and other vehicles. The idea of having additional parking east of Gulf Boulevard and valet service for the safety of all is a very smart choice. Respectfully, Randy and Diane Taylor. The next message is from Roger Gerstung. I don't have an address. I am writing to offer my support for the new hotel development being considered for the old Schooner Hotel property on Gulf Boulevard. Being a property owner here in Madeira Beach for close to 20 years, I have witnessed the major changes our fair city has endured in just the past decade or so. When my wife and I bought property here, Madeira Beach was considered the red-headed stepchild of the beaches. A place you had to drive through to get to Clearwater Beach to the north or St. Pete to the south. The city has gone through some drastic changes in the past few years and have altered the landscape, in our opinion, has improved. Not only the dilapidated infrastructure and buildings, but the aesthetics and the beauty of our fair city. We have come a long way in just 10 years or so, and as you are aware of, we were just awarded the top 10 beach. Acknowledgement from the major travel website. 10 years ago, we would have never even considered this type of recognition. We know that many of the recent projects have sparked wild infighting among our residents. Much of it has been personal. I know that there are a number of residents and property owners that are not in favor of any change, good or bad. Much of our city's past has been dictated by the inactions of our past governments. Because of this inaction, we have to live through decades of our city being band-aided together to keep it running with the easier decisions to repair instead of the tougher pill to swallow and replace buildings, sewer systems, vehicles, etc. In the end, we are learning how much it costs us to kick the can down the road. We are now realizing our city structures, both public and private, along with our infrastructure, have a shelf life. Placing Band-Aids on them to keep them running is no longer feasible. The Schooner Hotel is one of these older, private buildings. It has more than its share of days in the sun. It's time to retire the old building and replace it with a shiny new hotel that will enhance not only the beauty of our beach and city, but add valuable tax dollars to our coffers, an attraction that families from all over can enjoy. Naysayers to these projects always seem to bring up the additional traffic problems these projects will bring. I have news for them. The traffic is already here and will increase regardless of these projects due to our geography. We are an entry point to the beaches and on the route from St. Pete to Clearwater Beach. Traffic will always be a problem. Next comment. This is from Edward Stapor and Natalie Galliers. My husband and I are unable to attend the meeting tonight, but wish to convey our support for the above-mentioned project, being the Schooner Hotel. We own a condo at the Erie Dam, located directly north of the Schooner at 14600 Gulf Boulevard 102. We, as well as other homeowners of Erie Dam, including past and current board members, have met with the Bagans several times to discuss their proposed plan. Throughout the design and planning process, we have found them to be very receptive, open, and transparent, and willing to work with us. They have modified their design plans to accommodate our concerns. They want to be good neighbors and have taken several steps to demonstrate their goodwill. We believe that their current plan for the Schooner will be a wonderful addition to our community. We fully support their efforts and are looking forward to having them as neighbors. Kind regards. Next comment is from Steve Lambert, General Manager of the Cambria Madeira Beach Hotel. To whom it may concern, as I'm writing to express support for the Schooner Hotel redevelopment, it's amazing that this community, just under 2 years ago, I'm amazed at having joined this community 2 years ago to head up the GM at the Cambria site, Cambria Hotel. I have known and worked for the ownership of both for nearly 20 years. The privately owned company has successfully managed all types of hotels and resorts in various markets with a common culture. Create a hotel to welcome visitors from both the neighboring residents and international visitors. Our Cambria Hotel employs nearly 60 local staff who represent the true spirit of hospitality. Welcoming local residents, we can be proud to share in their quest to be the best and enjoy first-class hospitality experience themselves, whether it be dining or friends staying to visit their Madeira Beach connections. We have a long-term manage in our own positions and involve ourselves in the community in which we live. I look forward to attending the City Council meetings to personally express my excitement for the progress in this amazing city with the inclusion of the Schooner Hotel redevelopment. Next comment is from Susie Wang and John Murdy. We are the owner of 15408 Gulf Boulevard in Madeira Beach, Florida. We are in full support of the new development for the Schooner Hotel project. We believe this project will bring a fresh look to the city and generate more tourist tax for our city. The new project will not only efficiently use water, electricity, and our natural environment, it will also bring enjoyment to the new guests and employment opportunities to the city. We need to start updating our old buildings in the city to new ones. On the other hand, we are losing millions of dollars to other cities, such as Clearwater, which become a better place to invest and develop. We would ask the city respectfully to support this project. The next message is from Ronnie Gallian. I am part of the management team for Madeira Beach Management, LLC. I'm unable to attend tonight's meeting in person, but like to go on the record for reflecting my full support of this project. Despite its beautiful location on the sand, the Schooner Resort has many challenges due to its age and physical condition. The proposed project will replace the tiredness of the existing condition of the property with a modern hotel that offers updated resort-style amenities. This improvement and progress will continue to allow Madeira Beach and the city to receive the local and national support that it so richly deserves. Excuse me just one second. The next message is from Kathleen Lavole, 14089 North Bayshore Drive. My concerns: parking issues. Will there be sufficient parking for hotel guests, restaurant, and bar patrons, as well as for all employees? As an example, the parking situation at Caddy's on the beach. It doesn't appear that parking for employees is factored into the plans submitted to the city. Have the planners for the Schooner Hotel projects indicated how many employees may be needed for the new operation and where they will park? Traffic situation is also a concern. Crossing Gulf Boulevard, no matter how many stop signs, traffic signals, or crosswalk signals, it can be a very dangerous endeavor, as many motorists seem to be ignoring saying. Another problem that is occurring is since Municipal Drive was reconfigured when construction began on the Cambria, left-hand turns are no longer allowed onto Tom Stewart Causeway. The motorists that want to head east on 150th are now crossing 3 lanes in order to make the U-turn, which at the present time is not permitted by any signage and does create a traffic hazard. With all of the additional construction in this area, the heavy traffic from Gulf Boulevard, as well as anyone who is attempting to make a left turn on First Street to get to North Bayshore Drive, are having to be extra cautious, not knowing whether the vehicles in front of them are actually making a left turn or are they executing a U-turn. As the attorney advises on TV, the most common causes of accidents are people making left-hand turns in front of oncoming traffic. The next comment is from Gail Judice of 13336 Gulf Boulevard. The whole idea of having something like this already added to the congestion on Gulf Boulevard, frankly, sounds ridiculous. Already, Caddy's has added a nightmare to just driving back and forth to the Stewart Causeway, to get off and on the island, and now we have to contend with people trying to drive across and walk across 5 lanes of Gulf Boulevard. It makes no sense why the city would in any shape or form give approval to such a nightmare that is going to cause. Please consider the residents that you already have living here on a permanent basis and what you're going to do to disrupt their lives by allowing this kind of unplanned for growth to keep happening in our small community. We do not want to be another Clearwater Beach. Please. The next message is from Brian and Missy Hand, 15400 Gulf Boulevard, number 604. We have been observing extremely long backups going northbound on Gulf, backing up from Tom Stewart to Johns Pass at times. This project will obviously make this worse for taxpayer residents. Per reference, the condo project on 150 has taken way too long. The developer did nothing to shield equipment from the entrance to our community. He is a complete taker with no concern for our community. The schooner will be worse. Caddy's has already taken over a public park next to them for their guest parking. Who is approving this and why? Enough. Next, William House, 1336 Gulf Boulevard, number 404. As the owner of 2 units in the Chambry, I am very concerned with the traffic implications involving the proposed schooner project. The size and location and lack of adequate parking will not only add to the already contested area, but will also be very dangerous. Shuttles and pedestrians will be crossing Gulf Boulevard back and forth at all hours. My request would be, at a minimum, to perform a comprehensive traffic study prior to any approval of this proposed project. Thank you in advance for your consideration. Next message is from John and Teresa Spooner, 13600 Gulf Boulevard, Unit 600. We already are experiencing congestion on Gulf Boulevard. This development will just increase problems for our residents. Unbelievable with the situation we already have that our elected officials would approve hotel room increase, restaurant, bar with no parking or very limited parking. Restaurant and bar will bring more traffic. Next comment is from John Gardner, 14087 East Parsley Drive. The proposed parking plan for the Schooner Hotel expansion and development is unworkable. The situation with the new caddies on Gulf Boulevard is clear proof that adequate parking must be provided on the same property. With caddies, cars were parking along 140th, making transit very congested until no parking signs were installed. The cars parking along 140th did not simply disappear when the signs went in. They simply migrated to the other side of the street in our town. You are setting up the same predicament, allowing Schooner to grow, expand, develop without adequate parking on the site. I urge the Commission to deny expansion until the adverse sense of parking can be addressed. Next comment is from Floridian Samala. And, dear Commissioners, we are urged to hold in abeyance the rezoning plan development PD 2021-01 until other major redevelopment projects ongoing in Madeira Beach are completed and their impact on density, traffic congestion, and quality of life for Madeira Beach residents can be judged. Only then should other large planned development projects be considered. Even without these high-density projects, we are experiencing a yearly increase in traffic resulting from people coming to the coastal area. One boat traveling under 150th Avenue Bridge causes traffic to back up on Gulf Boulevard to the west and Seminole Bay Pines merge and beyond to the east. A prime example of extreme traffic congestion is Clearwater Beach, where traffic comes to a standstill on the causeway during weekends and holidays. Paso Grill, in spite of mostly two-story redevelopment, has become so popular with beachgoers and holidaymakers that its residents can neither leave nor return to their homes on weekends. We don't want to see that happen in our community. We are for redevelopment, but for responsible redevelopment that will not summarily affect the quality of life of Madeira Beach residents. The next comment is from Robert Baffy, 13600 Gulf Boulevard. I have concerns about this project and the traffic that will increase in the congestion along Gulf Boulevard. The number of parking spaces seems to be inadequate for the number of rooms and does not account for the increased parking requirements for the rooftop bar and restaurant. While a valet parking will be available, the number of back and forth trips to Valet Park will increase both car and foot traffic across Gulf Boulevard, adding to the already congested area. Valet challenges are already evident at the recently opened caddies, but at least there is a pedestrian crosswalk at that location. I've witnessed several near-miss car accidents, and as patrons come to abrupt stops, not to be sure where the parking entrance is for caddies. The Schooner project neither has a crosswalk nor traffic light to protect pedestrians from literally hundreds of daily crossings by cars, not to mention the valet drivers dashing back and forth without a crosswalk nearby. It is my understanding that the city has not conducted a traffic congestion assessment study to properly evaluate the impact and the appropriateness of a high-density hotel, bar, and restaurant in the area of the city that already has quite a bit of traffic congestion. Would suggest that such a study be conducted before any final decision is made to approve the project and to provide the report to residents to review and comment. This project is so close to 150th Street Causeway will increase congestion. The last comment that I have is from Lori Rosenberger, 14001 Gulf Boulevard, number 201. The City of Madeira Beach and its commissioners have already opened a major can of worms with the approval of a restaurant in a residential section of Gulf Boulevard. This has already negatively affected parking and traffic flow in the area. Would it be wise, once again, to approve another development project that would also drastically affect parking and traffic in this area? We need to put the lid back on this can. If we would have wanted to move this type of development in this area with congestion and door-to-door restaurants, we would have moved to Clearwater. Stop the madness.
There's one more.
This is from Mr. Gay, William Gay, 423 150th Avenue, Madeira Beach. Schooner traffic assessment. The Schooner Hotel is a prime example of flawed development planning. Madeira Beach does not have the highway capacity to handle the traffic that will be generated by the currently approved Holiday Isles Marina and Madeira Beach Town Center projects. The Schooner will add to the traffic congestion and gridlock in the city's downtown core. The Schooner lacks adequate on-site parking. There will only be 20 parking spaces in the hotel building for 56 guest rooms, a restaurant, and a rooftop bar. The remaining parking is across Gulf Boulevard. The city did not require the developer to provide parking for the restaurant and bar. Valets will have to shuttle vehicles across Gulf Boulevard to the parking lot. Every time a car is parked or retrieved, it will require one vehicle drive across Gulf and one pedestrian walk across Gulf. Valets will cross 4 lanes of traffic to ferry cars to the parking lot. The developer has proposed a traffic light at 145th Avenue. The Commission should suspend the application processing until FDOT approves a traffic light. The developer's application does not include a traffic study. Why didn't the city require the developer to submit a traffic study? Why didn't the city conduct its own traffic study for the project? This Commission should suspend the application process until a traffic study is conducted. Hotels are a large contributor to traffic congestion. Each hotel room generates twice as much traffic as a condo of similar size. Hotel rooms generate 8.2 vehicle trips per day compared to only 4.2 trips for a condo. The Schooner will generate 459 daily vehicle trips. A condo of similar size would generate only 42 daily trips. Because of the valet ferrying cars back and forth, the actual number of daily trips will increase by at least 50% to 688 daily trips. The Schooner Hotel, Restaurant, and Bar will generate 11 to 13 times more traffic than a condo. In the next several years, approximately 5,000 additional daily trips will be generated on 150th and Madeira Way with the completion of the massive multi-building Holiday Isle Marina and Madeira Beach Town Center projects. There will be Clearwater level congestion at the intersection of 150th and Gulf Boulevard.
All right, so we're done with all the public comment. Now would be the time for city staff to make a summary. Linda, would you like to make a summary, summarize the city's position? And if there are any last-minute questions of Linda while she's up, this is the time to do it. And then Mr. Bodziak will have an opportunity to summarize, and you can ask him any last-minute questions.
The recommendation for the local planning agency and the staff is that the Board of Commissioners approve the zoning request as described and based on findings provided and including conditions recommended in the report as presented today.
Any questions of Linda before she sits down? Nope. No. Okay, thanks, Linda.
No, thank you.
Mr. Bodziak, this is your time to summarize and answer any additional questions. You'll remember that there are several people in the audience that had questions of you. You may want to address them at this point, too.
Yes, thank you. I was impressed with the number of letters that came through. Supportive letters were quite numerous. I was a little disappointed that there wasn't a letter from my mother or my wife in support. Some things just don't go your way. Basically, the main preponderance of the main comments that came back were centered around the parking issues and the traffic issues. I want to correct a couple things and address a few things that were said. The parking at the schooner presently is really substandard, and the type of parking problems and traffic problems that the schooner creates are certainly as bad in a different way than anything that could possibly come about. The back out into the street from 11 or 12 spaces, the unstabilized and unsupervised transition from a dirt parking lot across the street over to the schooner. So there are some traffic and parking problems that already do exist that I think this does help bring a controlled circumstance. There was, in my opinion, I've never seen us make any request for a traffic light, and I'm a little bit set back by that. I don't know how to respond to that, but I do not know of any requests that were put in for a traffic light. Traffic study was supplied, actually, very early on in this, and it is and should be and is in the public record and available, I'm sure. Basically, I wanted to address one other thing about the parking that's kind of interesting because, you all know me for quite a while, and I, well, one or two of you do. You know that I've been involved in a number of hotels throughout Pinellas County, and basically I was kind of surprised because I had the incidents to be involved in a hotel in Treasure Island that is an old hotel that we're renovating, and it's had a tremendous parking problem because when Gulf Boulevard was widened, it took basically 2/3 of their parking. They had a parking lot that was mainly centered along Gulf Boulevard. It's the old Tahitian Hotel. And when we got it past the planning board a month or so ago, and the city commission, one of the funny things that occurred was I was out there, happened to be out there preparing some other plans to go ahead with it, and I was surprised to find out that these people own 2 hotels. They had another gentleman there that owns some hotels in the Treasure Island and St. Pete Beach area, and I was surprised to find out that the parking wasn't that much of an issue at that level at that time, and the parking lot wasn't jammed, and yet they were 100% full. And what amazed me a little bit was the expense and lack of rental cars. A lot of the tourists that come into the area don't use either Uber or cabs or some private service to get, because they don't need, in Madeira Beach especially, in some of the smaller communities, there's plenty of public buses running up and down the beach available, and other vehicle type transportation, and they don't need that. Plus, you got to recognize a lot of the tourists that we get are not the old geezers like myself. There are a lot of the younger crowd who do use exclusively about Uber and that type thing. So I think you have to come into the idea that all these younger people coming up into money and now starting to have interest in vacations and time at the beaches. I was surprised to find out that a lot of them do use other means other than parking a car or bringing 2 cars even to a resort to visit. So I think that we're seeing a trend away from a lot of automotive standard, especially for people on vacation, because it's a tremendous expense now to either rent a car when you fly in or to bring your car in and fight the traffic when you can Uber or bus around at the beaches. So those, I think, are some of the things that cover that I think the trends I think that are coming about in traffic. The second thing is that I wanted to address there are other options as to parking that we can examine. For example, we've talked about, I did state to you earlier that we do have another 11 spaces we can pick up, and that's in one of our plans. So we are examining other options available to expand the parking. And I know that I really had a great relationship with Mr. Bowden on the Cambria, and a great relationship for years with Jim Beggins and Jeff Beggins, who've been responsible members of all the beach communities for a number of years. And I know that one of their main concerns is that I think they're just looking for the right timing and the right ability to build as much parking as they can across the street. And I think the fact that it's been brought up that was something that we are going to work on very, very hard to bring as much parking to the site as possible, at least expresses the right tenor of intent by the principals. The final thing is just a quick one. I've done things on these beaches since '68, which I hate to admit sometime, but one of the explanations of the mean high water line, and some of you may know this already, when most of these lots were plotted on the beach, they all had riparian rights down to the high water line. And when they had riparian rights down to the high water line, they would be lot one, they'd be described as lot one plus all the rights down to the mean high water line. That was a pretty common thing. Over the years, when I was involved in buying and selling some properties on the beaches, you'd occasionally run into a property where an amateur seller and an amateur buyer would record a deed that said lot one. They'd leave off the entire description of down the riparian rights. That's why you have intermittent properties that have riparian rights and ones that don't. If you go back to the original plats that you see hanging on some of these charts in the city halls, you'll see that most of them did have riparian rights when they were platted. And just like you see it at the original caddies down in Treasure Island, that had lots platted out into the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, I think. And yet, over the years, a lot of the other properties did not take the trouble because they said, oh, we'll never use that land anyway. But most of them were mainly because of people that did not understand that in their deeds, they would just put the lot number and not the lot number, and they drop all the riparian rights stuff. So that's the reason that this property has one of the three lots with riparian rights preserved all the way to the water. There are methods to attempt to recapture that. In a lot of cases, people do that in order to maintain their rights, even though they're not very usable at this point. So a lot of that was given up also when the coastal construction control line came down. A lot of attorneys decided, why worry about the riparian rights? You can't build out there anyway. So, that's sort of the background on why this property does have one 50-foot lot. Generally speaking, I think the gentlemen that I mentioned that are involved in the development and myself take a lot of pride in what we do. I'm proud of what we've done at the Cambria with Mr. Bowden. Proud of some things I've done with the Beggins family. And I'm proud of what we're presenting to you today, and I hope that we can receive your support in proceeding with this project. If you have any questions, anybody?
Any questions of Mr. Vodziak before he sits down? Seeing none? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello again. I think that all through the process to date, we didn't have anyone oppose the project at all. So our friend Bill Gay wrote emails out and if you listen to the complaints were all about traffic, parking. Those are the 2 points that Bill made. I've owned many hotels over the years. I think this is probably number 30 something, right? Jack is right. Everyone that comes to a hotel does not bring a car. Obviously, we will build enough parking. We meet the code now as far as what we're required to have. If that ended up being short, we would build more. COVID's just kind of coming to an end now, hopefully. Coronavirus is nearing its end. Financing a project like this in this environment will be challenging, right? So that's why we're trying to phase it. We'd prefer not to be required to build the building across the street until we have a tenant. But we do think we can get the hotel financed, and we would expect to begin construction within the year, and not something we're going to save for another day. Really adding 14 rooms, causing a major traffic problem just isn't true. Really we don't have enough parking. That just isn't true. Really that's all I want to say. Oh, valet parking wise, if we, I believe that FDOT will cooperate and give us a signal crosswalk, but if they don't, we would require our valet guys to walk down the street to where the signal is, push the button, and cross in the crosswalk. Right now, it's a free-for-all. Right now, people are parking on both sides of the street. They're backing out into Gulf. People are jaywalking. They're walking across that area where there is no crosswalk. I believe that FDOT will give us approval and move the crosswalk down, but if they don't, the staff, the only people that will be crossing that street is our staff. We'll be valeting the guest, right? So our employees will be required to walk down to the crosswalk, wait till the light blinks. I think it's going to take a lot of the hazard out of it. I guess I just wanted to comment on that, okay? Thank you.
Okay, so, Commission, now is your opportunity to consider the ordinance that's before you and the application that's before you. There should be a motion made in a second, and then you would discuss that motion. And I would remind you that of the presentation made by city staff relative to the conditions, and point out to you in the ordinance that you have in your packet specifically lays out those conditions on pages 198 of 427 and 199 of 427. So if there are additional conditions or conditions to be struck, that's the place to do it. Let us know what they are in the motion that you're making. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Is there any other comments on this amongst the commission?
Well, I'm not.
Wait.
Am I to make a motion along with my condition?
Yes.
Is that what you suggest?
Yes, that's what I would suggest.
Without explaining the condition?
If you want to just tell us what your condition is, and we'll add it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and then you would discuss that motion.
All right. May I?
Yes, please.
Okay. Hey, I've got no problem with the height of this hotel. I think it's great that you carved out so that your neighbors have a beautiful view. Who's going to, whether it's 5-story or 8-story, isn't going to bother me walking down the street or driving down the street. I'm not concerned about the traffic. I don't think 14 additional units will be a problem. And I do commend all the landscaping. I do like the way that looks very much. And I thank you for your willingness to invest in Madeira Beach at this time. And I don't think we'll have these unprecedented spring break visitors forever. So hopefully will calm down. But I know I was here the first time that this hotel was presented, and it was very ornate, too decorative, I think Jack called it. But now in my heart of hearts, I think it's now looking a little too budget. We had a series for days. We had a series where citizens came out and talked about what we wanted our town to look like. This was like 15 years ago. I participated in it. We all talked about how we liked kind of a Mediterranean look. And subsequent buildings built on Gulf Boulevard, at least down near where I live, like between 130th and 140th, are all built like that. The Bel Arte has that, the condos there have a little bit of decoration to it. Madeira Bay certainly has that Mediterranean feel. Beach Club condos, not so much, but it is a little more ornate. And of course, the Barefoot Beach Club edition is just beautiful. And then they redid the whole thing like that. So when I drive down Gulf Boulevard, I'm noticing that the south side, 130th to 140th Avenue, we see a lot of these, the new buildings are all Mediterranean style and very, not super ornate or anything, just that look, which I very much like and which a lot of people agreed with a while ago. But then once you hit 140th up to 150th, it's a very modern look. And a lot of those buildings were built in the 70s, and they were just big cubes. I don't want another big cube. That's my personal opinion. So I personally would like just a little more, something other than what looks from the street to be another big cube and a real modernistic look. I think I'd like to keep with kind of the flavor that the rest of the town has. And that So my motion would include a condition that would ask for the design to be just a little bit more of a Mediterranean look. The color is fine. I don't know if these accents can be added somewhat to that, but that's what I would prefer.
I think the landscaping's probably going to take care of a lot of that. I think staff put in a lot of work for this. Planning put in a lot of work on this. I would like to see it painted plaid, but I'm good to go with it exactly like it is. But I am willing to hear a motion on this.
That was just my thought. I mean, I was a little disappointed, actually, when I opened up the packet and saw the new design looked like. I was excited over that old one. That was really wild. I thought that was a great centerpiece for Madeira. But it was crazy. It was very ornate, you know. But now we're swinging way over to the other side. So that's just me. That was my thoughts initially when I opened up the packet.
Yeah, it's 2021.
I know.
So.
But, I mean, we regret all those big cubes on Gulf Boulevard. I do, that were built in the 70s. I don't think they're pretty. You know, all those condominiums that are just big square buildings. I just would hope that we could ease away from that with our new buildings.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Commissioner, I see where your head's at. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, I see where your head's at. I think it's tough to put a condition on a building to look a certain way. You know, I don't even know how we'd even word something like that, but if it's something that these guys would consider, I think it'd be kind of cool. I've also, you know, and I agree with you, I think a lot of the cons that I wrote down from the letters that were given in the descriptions, you know, parking and Clearwater, you know, you can't throw Clearwater out there to fit your narrative any more than you can that we've seen. I was in Clearwater 2 weeks ago. We are never going to be Clearwater Beach. I don't care what we do, so I'm not really worried about that. Chuck brought up a couple of things earlier, I think as far as on the con side, or a little bit more discussion-wise. I mean, as far as the fire code for a 99-foot building and some of the easement issues, and I'm sure these guys have discussed that. I didn't hear Jack talk about that, but maybe we can get a little clarification on it. Traffic, we're on a beach town. I think that we're good there. On the other side, you know, on the pro side, obviously I love having hotels here. I think we're a beach community. We need more hotels than just the boxes that we see that people use as condos. These guys modified this over the past few years to fit into our specifications, and I think that that's a great deal. The partners on this deal, I don't think we could have asked for better ones. The Beggins are lifers and great citizens here, and Kevin had the challenges that he had to deal with in putting up the Cambria, and not only is the hotel gorgeous, I think it's really well managed too. So really excited to have them teaming up together on this. I think they're going to produce a great product. Just two more quick things. I think the continued cleanup, and I know a little bit about the drug and criminal element here. For all the, I'm a little too close to it at my store, but I do like the continued cleanup of that, and I do know that the current Schooner Hotel has contributed to that, and the safety of the buildings I think is great. Thumbs up from the Planning Commission, and I also think this place looks awesome. So, yeah, I'd like to push forward with it as far as what I've seen. So, would somebody like me to? Can I make a motion, or is that?
Yes. Wait.
And then we can do it. Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to pass Ordinance 2021-01, the PD zoning for the Schooner Hotel.
Do I have a second?
Wait, that isn't, aren't we just talking about whether or not we're adding conditions now?
So the motion can be made and seconded, and then you can discuss the motion itself. And the motion that was made would include the conditions in Section 1, all the conditions that staff made.
Yeah.
So, but I would also request in the motion that you adopt the findings that are listed in the staffing. So that you've adopted those findings, and so literally the motion could be, I move approval of ordinance 2021-01 with the conditions set forth in the staffing and the ordinance itself based upon the findings laid out in the staffing by the city. And I know that's kind of wordy, but, I just want to get the findings, the conditions, and the motion. And remember now, this is going to come back to you one more time, so if there are things that you want addressed, we've got a second hearing and a development agreement that's still coming back. This is just the first step at it,
So if I have a possible condition that I want to swing by these guys, do that now or do that later?
The motion can be made, and if the commission wants to do the amendment, they can amend the motion to include your additional condition. So whichever is the pleasure, you can hear it all out, and then do the motion, or have the motion and then make an amendment. I'll leave that to Commissioner Andrews.
Commissioner, I'll make the motion, and then why don't we go back to you, and then you can add your condition, and we can go backwards. How about that? Is that fair enough?
Okay.
Okay, great. I'll make a motion to pass ordinance 2021-01 PD zoning for the Schooner Hotel with the conditions set forward in the staffing made in the finding of the staffing.
Okay.
Close enough?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, do we discuss?
Yes, sir. Discuss the motion.
Okay.
Okay, I live 2.5, 3 blocks from the Cambria. The rooftop bar is one of the banes of my existence. When they have music with a band or with somebody, I cannot use my backyard. And it isn't just, it isn't a noise volume. They've fixed that, or for the most part, they've turned it down. But in Madeira Beach, with the water, with the buildings that we have, the sound bounces off of the buildings, and so it arrives at a different time. About the only way I can explain it, if you've gone to a county fair and you've been in between the speakers and the music hits you at different times, that's what it does. So music is not music, it's just a noise. But then the singing, or the talking, or whatever the vocal part, comes through crystal clear. So you have this loud just noise, and then you have, if they're talking, it sounds like the person is next door or next to you. If they're singing without any accompaniment from music. So most of the people do not sing well enough to make this sound good. So if we're going to have a rooftop bar, is there some way we can add that there's no amplified music, or they do some type of system around it to keep all the music on the property?
From what I see on the design of the rooftop bar where they may have band out there, first of all, it's pointed out into the Gulf of Mexico. Second, we have noise ordinances already in place.
But
and the neighbors to the north of them, there are no neighbors to the south because there's a parking lot, but to the north, from all I heard in public comment, pretty much everyone there supported the hotel.
But this is different. I don't know if it's because there's so much water in Madeira Beach, or because the bar is so high. It takes time. When I went around to get signatures, there were people on 149th that were also complaining about the same type of thing. The music arrives differently in this location.
I don't think we can shut businesses down in a business district because they have a band. We need to make them adhere to noise ordinances, but we can't expect them not to do business. That's the purpose of a business district.
But it does not necessarily require amplified music.
Maybe we can add a condition. That's what we're here for, right? Not to just take what someone says. We're here to negotiate, right? Because we know what our citizens want and don't want. That's how I look at it tonight. I mean, we've got the conditions A through N. Apparently, they're somewhat agreed to or have been discussed between our awesome building department and the builders, and they don't look too out of whack to me. And I agree with the ones that they came up with, but I don't want to I want to negotiate this. I want to get the best deal we can for our city, and that's what we're supposed to be doing. I think some sort of maybe a condition that if we get complaints from nearby neighbors, that they will agree to put up a partition around any amplified noise or something like that. We can make this anything we want. You know, we can take these existing conditions and change them or add words or not make them as strong or whatever. That's how this was all explained to me. I don't want to just take what was handed to me and not negotiate and see what all we can get to make this, you know, I think these are very reasonable. I think you have a very reasonable condition that you would like to see put on there. Maybe we couch it in terms of should there be, you know, excessive, should the sound carry. I don't think the sound is going to carry from this hotel like it does on the you know, intercoastal. I mean, I can hear my neighbors have a conversation in the backyard, and they're a long way away on certain days. If the wind is certain, you know, I hear people on boats having big conversations that are going by. I'm like, oh, gee. But it's just at certain times. So, you live on Harbor?
Yeah.
Drive? Okay. So, I don't know if it's just the fact that there's that strip of water between you or the wind that carries on occasion. I hear Bamboo Beer Garden, believe me, at my house, and I'm half a mile away. But I don't mind a condition that says, should it be, should the amplified sound be so loud that we get complaints, that we would have the hotel address it? You know, maybe something like that.
Let me just
I don't want to make them do it ahead of time necessarily, but we can write this any way we want.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's the right way. Doing it ahead of time, I thought was, well, they can build it and plan for it and do when they build it. But I don't know.
We just don't know if it's going to occur.
But yes, it is correct.
You know, maybe we write something in that says, should this occur, then we make them agree that they will build a partition around the amplified sound or whatever, you know?
All right, let me just jump in. There is another document. You're going to see that in another document. It's a development agreement. The development agreement is going to have terms other than these conditions that are listed here. The development agreement will include these conditions, but there are numerous other issues that we're covering in the development agreement that you will see when it comes to you at the next BOC meeting. We will address the sound issue in the development agreement, and you can up or naysay it, you know, vote it up or vote it down based upon the draft that we're going to be bringing to you. The sound is an issue. We're already addressing that in the draft that we have, where we've been talking to the developer about different types of sounds on the rooftop. So we will address that in the development agreement. I want you to be reassured of that when it comes to you at the commission meeting on May 12th. We'll bring you the development agreement so that you can, you know, give us your input on it, whether you want it or you like the language that we've included or don't like it. But we'll have that negotiated out before it gets here on the 12th. Frankly, it'll be negotiated out before it gets to the LPA, or the Planning Commission rather, on May 3rd. So we can address this. Okay?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Is there a second?
Yeah.
We had a second. Okay. City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Andrews?
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson?
No.
Commissioner Hodges?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Price?
No.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 3-2.
Next is ordinance 2021-07, regulating micromobility devices and associated rental businesses with the city of Madeira Beach.
So I'll read this ordinance by title only. Ordinance 2021-07, an ordinance of the City of Madeira Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 66 of the City of Madeira Beach Code of Ordinances to create Article 5, Micromobility, establishing regulations for micromobility users and micromobility providers operating within the City of Madeira Beach and providing for an effective date. That was the first reading of Ordinance 2021-07 by title only.
Director Portel.
Thank you.
You are a popular lady tonight.
Yeah. I don't know that it's popular. But this is much shorter. So there's been an increase in activity of the rental of these motorized devices all up and down the beach and in communities all over the country where they have a high tourist concentration. And they have created all kinds of dangers and hazards, not only in their use on the roadways, but even things like just leaving them laying around on top of sidewalks or, being abandoned in a different city than they were leased. And the local governments have been trying to figure out how to get to a point where we could manage this properly. The Big C governments got together and decided to cooperate so that we could have a unified code from one island city to the next, and then the companies who do operate out here, and even just the day-to-day users, will know there is a consistent and mandated form of regulation for this kind of activity. So we had started working on that already. Andrew Morris of our staff had already begun pulling together all the data that was needed for this and some transportation analysis and background. The Big C decided that St. Pete Beach would take the lead on actually putting the ordinance together, so we transferred all of our data over to them. They put an ordinance up as a draft. We took it to our city attorney, and he made what tweaks we needed to. Andrew also looked at it. We all went through and made sure it referenced the right city, things of that nature, and then our general areas of business. The highlights are that people would, to operate the devices themselves, and let me note first, we cannot regulate motorized bicycles different than we do all bicycles. So if you wanted to keep that kind of device out of an area, then you have to prohibit the use of that, all kinds of bicycles. For instance, we don't want them on the beach. When the beach is crowded, nobody needs to be moving fast on a motorized vehicle. But that means you can't allow bicycles to run out on the beach either. So keeping that in mind, what was proposed here is that to begin with, to operate the things, you need to be at least 16 years old. It specifies that would be the case, and it firmly assigns the responsibility for ensuring that on the people who are responsible for 15 and below. So if it's a minor operating it, the parents are expected to manage that, and that they are made responsible for the fact that's going on. It specifies where they cannot be. For instance, you can't drive one of those things on a sidewalk. It's a guaranteed catastrophe. There's people supposed to be walking on sidewalk that shouldn't be dodging and jumping off to get away from a motorized vehicle. And then it specifies you can't leave them on the sidewalks. You can't put them on public property unless it's a parking area that's specifically designed for that. Any companies who are registering and providing these kind of services need to be registered with the city. They have to have insurance in place that specifies in here what that insurance would be. It also, along with the sidewalks, lists what areas they cannot allow their vehicles to be used. They have to have all the information on the vehicle available for the people. They have to have videos showing how they're operated on their phone app. And let's see, making sure I cover all the really big highlights here. And the city has the right to monitor these businesses and weigh in as to how much of this they can provide. They can also ask them for even monthly reports on how many things they're leasing out, where they're going, where they're being left, how they're picking them up, just so that we can really have enough data to make informed decisions on in the future what impact this is really having on us, if we need to change things up, and also we can exchange and help with that information among us, the different cities. The only change that I would draw your attention to, and this seems small, unless you're here every day defining things, under section 66-13C, it refers to all micromobility units. Everywhere else in here it says micromobility devices, and units are not defined, so that needs to be changed, but we can bring that back to you. The title isn't changing, but that's something we need to make sure it's consistent with the definitions the ordinance has already provided. It also allows for ticketing when things are not used or left in the proper places, and it specifies the violation rate. And also the fee for any unit that gets seized because it's left in the wrong place. To make sure that all the effort we have to go through to get these things cleaned up, you know, we talk about this all the time, enforcement's not cheap. I mean, the more things we try to clean, then the more people we send out to get it, is just more people we end up employing. So the city always has expenses when we develop a new program, and we want to make sure that whoever's creating the violation of the problem is paying that expense back to the taxpayer.
This ordinance is going to all of the Big C members?
Yes.
So that we are consistently
Correct.
passing this, so that we have got consistency from one community to the next.
Yes.
Ticketing, you mentioned that. The minors, are their parents being ticketed?
Yes.
Okay. And they can't go on Gulf Boulevard at all, from what I see, so that's
right, exactly.
pretty much
It specifies what kind of
limiting
places you can drive them.
Yep. Does anyone else have any comments?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
By requiring them, people who use the micro-mobility devices, to park in slots designated for that, are we now as a city required to put those all over our city or on specified areas?
You know, when people come in with site plan changes, I suggest that we ask them to consider that kind of parking just like we do bicycle. But for us, we really need to consider that, because they're going to show up whether, even if they're coming from a different city, they're going to show up, and we need to be prepared for a different kind of parking scenario. I know the campuses have had to, you know, find little spots where they can create these small parkings for those motorized devices. So there's a standard for it, there's a way of doing it, but it does take up some space, and there's always an expense to making changes to sites.
And also, it's on page 252 of 427, there are some requirements of the companies that are renting these things.
Yes.
And they seem a little overly burdensome to me, that we're going to require any company that rents these things to supply to our city manager the number of daily, weekly, and monthly riders, the number of riders per, number of rides per user per day, the number of rides per device.
It says the city can require that kind of information. It doesn't say that we will require it.
Yeah, but
And
still, they're gonna have to get this data in case a city asks them for this.
Well, I was concerned about that when I read it, because of course, to me.
Average time each unit spends available?
Right. No, that was part of what came out of the cooperative, effort for this. I'm always concerned when I read this, wondering how the heck I'm gonna collect that data, who's responsible, and how
We're knocking out anybody who wants to open up this business. And maybe if that's.
No, we're
then-
saying that we have the ability to request that information.
I know,
That's
but
what we're really going.
we're gonna, obviously, if I want to open up a business that rents these things out, I'm gonna be looking at this and be really concerned and want to challenge it or something, I don't know. I just.
Not that much, you'd be surprised, actually. This is a really, really, really cheap business to open, and most of the people who have been renting things out are actually not even in this state. They make practically no investment in these things, and they unload 100 at a time in an area. They have no place to park them, and the problem has been, this isn't new, the cities all over the country are looking into this. They're starting to have a lot of trouble with accidents, and just like I said, these things just get dumped everywhere. So it's one of those things where the local government always ends up with this big list of expenses that come to them when somebody else opens a business. You know, even if they're investing in their own space and everything, there's all these external costs that come onto the public when a new business opens, and they aren't required to make that investment back into the people who are regulating and cleaning up after it. This is one of those that's been creating a lot of problems all around. So I wasn't privy to the original staffing and political conversations. Maybe the city manager can address the specifics a little bit better.
Thank you. The three cities, being Treasure Island, ourselves, and St. Pete Beach, were the ones that had worked on this particular ordinance. There are things in here that are important to one jurisdiction, whereas ours might not feel that that's an important requirement. But just by having a requirement in there that if we thought it was important, or if St. Pete Beach thinks it's important, or even St. Petersburg has a very similar ordinance to this particular one, it allows them to go ahead and ask for that. We don't have a setup that we can keep track of all the tabulated data. My assumption is, and I can get these answers for you before it comes up for the second reading, but I know a lot of this is all controlled off of apps, and that this information is available readily through the computers. You know, the apps are on phones that we call phones, but they're actually computers, and it feeds back to the company that runs the particular devices. So it might not seem normal to us because we're not involved in that type of a business and that type of technology, but it's my understanding that all of this information is readily available. Like if you came in here and wanted to get a list of all the traffic tickets that were issued in Archibald Park for a period of time, we could give you that information. It's all computerized.
Okay.
So that's what I can kind of equate it to, but I'll clarify that and make sure that
I
that's
was just wondering where it came from. I thought it was a bit crazy.
over the top, yes.
Yeah, and I think this is way too long of a statute. Here we are adding more and more and more without taking anything out. So it's getting to be where you can't even live here anymore. You can't read the statutes that you're supposed to live under. But anyway, that's just me going off. But I guess at a minimum, we're going to have to, at least in the city spots, parking lots and public areas, we're going to have to start building designated micro-mobility parking stations. So, according to this, I just want us to be aware of that.
Yeah, well, I think part of the reason for some of this, all of the beach communities the mayors that I have spoken to are very concerned about this, very concerned about the safety issues I myself just about took one out as I was coming down Johns Pass Bridge, where a young man, wasn't a young man, he was a boy, he may have been 10 years old, was on one of these little razor scooters, electric.
He could have been a resident, and then none of this applies to him.
And he can't, yes, it does.
No.
But yes, it does, because he came out of the street there closest to the bridge from Johns Pass Village, aiming for the bike path, but he was going too fast. He swung out into the lane and about got me.
Yeah,
Now,
I know, but I'm just saying, this ordinance only applies to rentals.
but it
I can own
also
one.
eliminates these on any streets with a 30-mile-an-hour or above speed limit. So it keeps them off Gulf Boulevard. So that in itself eliminates a lot of rentals. Personally, if I had these restrictions, I wouldn't open one of these businesses. And they've been popping up. I can't believe they're getting business licenses because I see these things popping up everywhere. Guys are coming down here with pickup trucks with a load in the back and throwing them out on the street and renting them.
Well, it's your situation. If that 10-year-old owned his electric scooter or whatever, this statute only applies to micromobility devices, and micromobility devices are defined by transportation devices that are available for private use by reservation in a store or through an online application. So if I own one, I can darn sure go down Gulf Boulevard. This statute doesn't apply to me, right?
Right, because of that cross-reference.
Okay, that's what I thought when I read it, but I was just making sure. So it's not the end-all, be-all,
Okay.
but it'll certainly eliminate some people from opening the businesses in my book.
I think for the most part, the privately owned ones for kids are going to be back in the neighborhoods.
I think so too. People don't.
Not out on Gulf Boulevard, and that's what we're really trying to prevent, because it's an accident waiting to happen. It's already happened in a number of communities, and that's why the Big C as a group wanted to have a consistent ordinance to prevent having, a ton of them up and down Gulf Boulevard like what we've got right now. And they're on the sidewalks.
Because the large groups are dangerous, even with adults behind them.
And even, and they're out there at night, and you see, they're like a pack of coyotes. They're just, going all up and down the streets and jumping curbs and out into Gulf Boulevard. We're trying to prevent an accident before we have even more of them, because, like I say, we've already had some. And that's why there is a concerted effort to have a consistent ordinance up and down the beach.
I know why. I'm just making sure everybody understands what this says, because none of that was brought up earlier, so I just want the public to understand what this statute does. It's not, but anyway, I'm voting for it, don't worry. I think we do need that.
It also does cover privately owned motorized scooters and motorized bicycles. So I want you to just be absolutely clear that there are portions of this code that specifically address those, that it's not just about rented micromobility devices. So
why is that in the definitions then?
it is. If you look down below under motorized scooters and then motorized bicycles, those are the definitions that are also included in addition to the micromobility device, which is the thing that is rented. So there are provisions throughout this code that talk about, for example, on page 248 of 427, top of the page, operation of micromobility device or a privately owned motorized scooter or motorized bicycle upon a public sidewalk and so on is prohibited. So there's other sections in the code that talk about those too. So it does include those, but obviously this is more geared towards control of the provider, those companies that are coming in. That's really the focus of it, but it does cover the other ones. I just wanted to make sure that you understand.
Okay, yes, thank you.
All right, sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I had a similar experience as yourself and Mr. C. I nearly hit somebody, and luckily I got anti-lock brakes, or there would have been somebody on my windshield. It was that bad. The things that bother me the most are those scooters. The motorized bikes, I know a lot of people that operate them very safely. They get it, but they're residents, and I don't want to take away their ability to be able to safely ride their motorized bike. Those scooters are the dangerous part because, number one, the balance that it takes to ride. I mean, I kind of told you the story the last time we were here. A big woman flew off the darn thing, and luckily she flew into a bush on this side of the road instead of the other side, because if she fell off the other side, she'd have been in the middle of Gulf Boulevard. So, I'm glad that community-wide we're doing this with a couple other towns, because I think this will be great. I don't want to, infringe on anybody's business, but renting those out to young kids or, people that have a few in them, I got to be honest. I mean, it's tough enough to ride one of those things, regularly. I think those scooters are really the death. But the one thing I do want to talk about real quick is Linda, you mentioned something about the beach. And so we're not allowed, we can't keep them off the beach? Is that because we don't want to keep bicycles off the beach? Is that where we're at with that?
No, I think what the intent was that they aren't allowed on the beach, but that means that we don't allow bicycles to be ridden down on the beach either. Now, you were mentioning the motorized bicycles that people ride around town. As long as we have bike lanes on Gulf Boulevard and you're allowed to ride your bicycle, then you can also put a motorized bicycle on there too. So any place they're prohibited, they have to be prohibited together. If they're allowed, they are allowed together.
Do we prohibit bikes on the beach?
No.
Currently,
not
we don't,
yet.
right? Yeah.
No, and the state definition of a bicycle is, these motorized bikes are considered bicycles, so at this point, they're allowed on the beach, if we allow bicycles on the beach. Okay. The problem is, as crowded as our beaches have been, you have a young child running from the blanket to the water, and you got somebody running 20 miles an hour down the beach on an electric bike. There's, getting flattened, but, maybe a speed limit? I think that's going to be addressed by the state to separate those two to where they're not one and the same.
Mm.
Thank you, Linda.
Mm.
Is there any public comment on this? Bob?
Robert Preston, 425 South Bay Shore Drive, Madeira Beach. Try to make this short because it's a long meeting. I just wanted to make sure that the people that have motorized vehicles are allowed to ride on Gulf Boulevard, but they're riding in the bike path and not on the sidewalks. I've used this explanation before where I was coming off of Tom Stewart Causeway, and there was a guy in front of me doing 38 miles an hour on an electric bike. The traffic backed up. He didn't stop. He just went on the sidewalk. And that's what we need to eliminate, is that type of activity. And I'm glad that the attorney recognized, because the private, in my area, the private kids on their razors are going down 140th and stuff like that. They're not rentals. They're rentals also, but you've got the kids on the private ones. So does that mean they have to be 16 years old on those as well? I'm not clear.
Sorry, the reference is for micro-mobility devices, which are the rented ones that have to be 16. The other ones, this code provision doesn't talk about that. And as for the speed, even motorized bicycles under this code section, limited to 15 miles per hour. They have to be in bike lanes like bicycles, but they can't be operated within the city at a speed greater than 15 miles per hour if this ordinance is adopted, just so everybody's clear on that.
But bicycles are allowed on the sidewalk in Florida. It's written right into the statute. As long as you have a way to alert people ahead of you that you're going, bicycles are allowed on the sidewalk. I know, I put the statute in my pocket in case, because sometimes I go up on the sidewalk. As long as you have you don't even need a bell. You can yell.
So the motorized vehicle can be, motorized bicycle can be on the...
Bicycle is a bicycle.
It doesn't,
So, yeah,
doesn't separate the two.
apparently not.
No, it doesn't now. It's a problem
And that is a
all over
problem.
the state.
Yeah.
But they're limited, with this ordinance, they're limited to 15 miles per hour, period, no matter where.
That's correct.
Thank you, it's one of the things I wanted to clarify.
That'll be helpful in seeing them coming.
Any other comments? Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion that we pass ordinance number 2021-07. Second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Vice Mayor Price,
Yes?
Commissioner Hodges,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Andrews.
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Next is ordinance 2020-21. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can I go ahead and read the title?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So this is ordinance 2020-21, an ordinance of the City of Madeira Beach, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan of the City of Madeira Beach to establish definitions, renumber the plan elements, goals, objectives, policies, and strategies to establish a unique enumeration system, amending the transportation, infrastructure, recreation, and open space and intergovernmental coordination and capital improvement elements to establish new level of service standards for municipal area-wide culture and recreation, mobility, and public safety facilities and services. Revising language for improved accessibility, amending the capital improvements element to update the capital improvements program, CIP, and the 5-year schedule of capital improvements. Renumbering Section 3.1 Goals, Objectives, and Policies to Section 3.0, retitled Comprehensive Plan Elements. Amending Section 3.1 to be retitled Definitions and providing for certain definitions. Amending Section 3.2 Introduction. Renumbering Section 3.3 Future Land Use Element to Section 4.0. Renumbering Section 3.4 Transportation Element to Section 5.0. Retitled Mobility Element and amending the goals, objectives, and policies thereunder for more accessible language to provide a level of service standard for improved municipal mobility facilities and services, a mobility plan, and the utilization of proportionate shared development fees. Removing the stormwater management goals, objectives, and policies from Section 3.6 infrastructure element, relocating Section 5.0 mobility element, and amending for more accessible language. Renumbering Section 3.5 housing element to Section 6.0, renumbering Section 3.6 infrastructure element to Section 7.0, and amending the goals, objectives, and policies thereunder for more accessible language, and amending level of service standards. Renumbering Section 3.7 conservation and coastal management element to Section 8.0, amending and renumbering Section 9.0 reserved, renumbering Section 3.8 open space and recreation element to Section 10.0, renaming Section 10.0 culture and recreation element, and amending the goals, objectives, and policies thereunder for more accessible language, level of service standards, and utilization of proportionate shared development fees. Renumbering Section 3.9 intergovernmental coordination element to Section 11.0, and amending the goals, objectives, and policies thereunder for more accessible language. Amending and renumbering Section 12.0 reserved, renumbering Section 3.10 capital improvement elements to Section 13.0, amending the goals, objectives, and policies thereunder for more accessible language, to provide for level of service standards, updating the capital improvement program CIP schedule, of capital improvements for the fiscal years 2020 through 2021 through 2024 through 2025, and the utilization of proportionate share development fees, renumbering Section 3.11, Public School Facilities element to Section 14.0, and providing for an effective date. That was the second final reading of Ordinance 2020-21 by title only.
Thank you, Director Portell.
Thank you. That title says a lot. I'm not sure how much more you need. It's pretty so they were coming back with the second reading to all the amendments to the comp plan that are necessary to update our levels of service and to provide us the opportunity to adopt impact fees and quantify the impacts of specific types of development on related facilities. It's already been approved. The reason this takes so very long is everybody in the world is involved in the comp plan. It's already been to the state, all of the state agencies, the county, and everyone else who is required to be allowed to weigh in on it, including all of our neighbor communities. And we have approval. We got a couple of really minor comments back from the state. We incorporated anything that they asked of us, and it's ready for final approval from you.
Okay. And Mr. Murphy, do you have any input on this? We gave you water and potato chips, so you should be doing okay.
For the record, Jerry Murphy, University of Florida. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I really have nothing to add unless you have something to ask of me.
Okay. Are there any questions from the board?
Nope.
Nope. Thank you,
I
sir.
apologize to Mr. Trask for the length of the title, but he was involved in that title.
I know there's been a lot of work. That's why I kind of questioned when I saw the ordinance number on there. This went back to 2020. So thank you all for all your hard work. Thank you,
sir.
Are there any public comments on this? Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to pass ordinance 2020-21.
I'll second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Hodges?
Yes.
Commissioner Andrews?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson?
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks?
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Next is alcohol license use, ABP 2021-01.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners.
Okay, let me go ahead and jump in. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding as well, and so I just want to make sure that I go over the rules for anyone that wasn't present when I read them earlier, and then I'm going to swear in everybody, anyone who wants to speak on the application. So let me just go over the rules. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the Board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. In this quasi-judicial proceeding, the Board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The Board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the Board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the Board is required by law to find against the applicant. Anyone that's going to speak on this matter, want to stand up, raise your right hand. Linda, you've already been sworn in. You don't need to be sworn again. Okay, you swear the testimony you're about to provide is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. So, Mr. Beggins, he did raise his hand. You were sworn in? Okay. So we can go ahead and proceed with staff making a presentation.
This is my one for the road item. I swear it's the last time I'm presenting tonight. We've gone through this before. As you know, we have to make all of our decisions based on the competent substantial evidence and on the findings. And so, as usual, I've listed out all of the requirements, and underneath there are findings that are recommended. You obviously are to read through those. If you find something different, specify that, and if you have questions, I'll answer them when we're complete. The alcoholic beverage license portion of our code requires that the consideration of this item consider that to what extent the location in which the proposed alcoholic request will adversely affect the character of the existing neighborhood. This is proposed in Johns Pass. It's, of course, a major tourist destination. There are plenty of opportunities to purchase alcohol or be served alcohol in the Johns Pass area. That's kind of partially what it's designed for. It's a mixed use that does allow alcohol. In this case, what's being proposed is that the tiki tour business in a very small location at this address be allowed to serve its tour clients beer and wine. And they've built in a bar area with stools. They've got 10 spots for seats, and they want to be able to provide alcoholic beverages, beer and wine, for those people who are getting ready to leave on the tours. We had to make it very clear that this is a very small spot, and it's not a wide open, free operating bar. They aren't supposed to be serving people who are just walking in, dropping in, and I've explained that that would be a condition that we were recommending, that if I were them, I would post that on the wall inside, so if people come in asking, why aren't you giving me beer when you gave them beer, they can explain to that. This is a limitation that's part of their alcoholic beverage permit. It's kind of like a private club. You have people in for dinner, or you have people in to play tennis. They can eat there, and you can serve them alcohol, but you don't have people walking in off the street to do that sort of thing. And that's partially because of the size of the building. It's also partially because of the limited number of parking spaces they have available to them. And we have to be very careful about that, because a lot of people get contracts for parking down there, but unfortunately I think the parking businesses are double contracting the spaces. So we do already have shared parking, and keeping in mind that it's Johns Pass, and so all of our parking requirements are cut in half. There's already an overlay there that gives them a break on parking. So what we did was counted out the number of seats, the number of people that would be out on the tour at a time, and figuring that that gets them to a service level of about 24 people at a time, plus they're going to have some staff associated with that. And based on that, came up with a parking count. They did provide us, verify how many they have, and then also how many they have additional contracts for. But you can only go so high because it's a very small spot. So the district itself is not threatened by the alcoholic use. Sometimes things are very small and it can get too concentrated in an area, but my point in going into all that is to let you know we considered that. So it has to be a small operation to suit its size, the size of its space and its parking amenity. The extent to which the traffic generated as a result of this location proposed alcoholic beverage request would create congestion or present a safety hazard. Again, as long as they're only providing alcohol to people who are already coming on the tours, they're not creating any new traffic with that activity. Whether or not the proposed use is compatible with the location for which it is proposed, again, it's in Johns Pass. The Tiki Tours is already in operation there. As long as people are not being handed drinks and sent out onto the public right away, and we specified that can't be, they aren't in violation of our code. It may make them a little more animated on the tour, but probably won't have much. If people aren't going to sit there all night and drink, so I don't imagine it creating a big issue with behavior or loud music or anything like that. Whether or not the proposed use will adversely affect the public safety, Boats are operated by professionals and are licensed. That's not really what we're regulating here. The serving of alcohol to customers is still the result of that alcohol use is the responsibility of the captains out on the boat too. And then when they come back in, as long as it's clear they are not leaving with a drink in hand, because we don't allow alcohol on our sidewalks. And no application for review under this section shall be considered until the applicant has paid fully anything that's owed. They got started with their renovations a little bit out of sync with getting their permit, but we've resolved all that and helped them get through the process, and they're back clean. They've paid all the fees that are due to this. And then finally, just to be sure that that the record is clear, there are no churches or schools or daycare centers or anything within the distance required for measurement here. So the staff has recommended approval with the following conditions. One, that the use will serve only customers of the Tiki Tours awaiting immediate launch for this location. I just specify that because the question did rise, well, if they're a customer this Tuesday, can they drop by and get a drink next Thursday? That's not the intent, because eventually they'll have a whole long list of people who have at one point been customers and they can't all show up together. Number two, that all alcohol products must be consumed or disposed of before the customer returns to the public right-of-way. And any expansion or alteration of the use or operation will necessitate a new alcoholic beverage permit and impact review. So if they start carrying business out differently than they intended here, that we're going to have to pull this back and look at it all over again. It's also possible that the use or the spaces could change. They could renovate and use more space somehow or the other, and maybe one day there'll be more parking across the street. There's always talking about that. So it's a possibility down the line that parking wouldn't be an issue, and they maybe could change things up. But for right now, any changes they make is going to have to bring it back so we can review all this again. Any questions? I'm glad to answer.
Okay, I think you may have answered it, but just for clarification.
Can't hear you.
Oh, I think you answered it, but just for clarification, the building meets all the codes to be a...
Oh, yes. Right. They had to do quite a bit of renovation anyway in order to be just put in a bar. It was just really an open space underneath the building before, but it's all up to speed. They've got their restrooms all improved, and there is a use upstairs that's a different use, and that's also recently gone through the building process.
Okay, thanks.
Are you tendering in the evidence of staff report?
Excuse me?
Are you tendering in the evidence staff
please.
report? Okay, thank you. If there are no other commission questions, is the applicant here tonight? All right, sir, why don't you step forward? Now is your opportunity. Do you have any questions that you want to ask Linda? Okay, do you have a presentation that you would like to give the commission? No. Well, step up to the podium, tell us who you are, and tell us whatever you want to tell us.
Good evening, my name is Craig Schultz. I am one of the owners of Florida Tiki Tours. I don't know if you've seen our boats out in John's Pass. They kind of stand out. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to what we propose. I do want to apologize. I think I made a comment earlier when I was talking about this process. I had a little worry about with the restriction. I totally understand it's a very small space. Nobody can argue that it's 10 seats. I made a comment, and it might have made her feel uncomfortable. I made a comment where my only worrisome was my mom was Hawaiian, and if somebody came in of color and said, I'd like to get a drink, and we said no, she clarified that. But I just do want to apologize if I made you feel, I'm sorry if I did. But besides that, does anybody have any questions for me?
Now, I wasn't clear on this part. Are they going to be able to take the drink onto the Tiki Tour?
Yes, ma'am, they do. Under Federal Coast Guard law, they're allowed to drink.
Okay. So are you going to sell it to them enough that they have like if someone wanted 5 drinks because they got a 90-minute tiki tour? Is that kind of where we're going here, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And
Am I still going to be able to bring my own cooler on the tiki tour?
no, eventually we want to eliminate that. Well, that's how we do it now. We do want to eliminate that, and the reason why I want to eliminate that is it kind of controls what people consume on the water, and it makes it safer. So instead of somebody showing up with, 6 bottles of heavy liquor, that's one of our biggest concerns, is for safety. I've been in law enforcement for 20 years myself, and I've seen all different kind of accidents. So that was one of our biggest concerns, to get the wine and beer.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you again for taking the time.
Okay, Mayor, now would be the time for any member of the public to step forward. You have 3 minutes to speak. Yes, sir. You've already been sworn in.
Bill Carnes, 11055 9th Street East, Treasure Island. Yes, they got off to a little rough start, and they started doing some work before they had pulled the necessary permits. They reached out to me. I'm a general contractor here. I'm doing the construction for them on the project. We pulled the permits, paid for them, of course, and included a 5 times permit fee. So a little bit of extra money in the city coffers due to that. I've always agreed with Linda since the day she came on board here. This particular instance, because I'm down there every day and on the site, and I see people come in. They come in just like what she had commented. I don't know if it was a Monday or Tuesday, but they come in to book a trip. They're walking through the pass. They see the little advertisement out front. They walk in. They walk in to book they're full, especially this time of year. I mean, they are booked up. So people come in. I don't see how it's appropriate to put that restriction on them, because it is limited to 10 stools inside, and the fire chief's going to limit the occupancy. It's 400 square feet. It's not a big space. It's a small space. But I've seen people come in. I know they had to wait for the people to tie up the boat, before they could even talk to someone about renting the boat for a future date. I don't see why you would want to restrict them if they wanted to sit down and have a beer while they were booking a tour. It just seems like a little excessive to me for that type of condition on such a small space that's already limited by the fire marshal, by the number of seats that are in there, by the amount of square footage. And I just think it's a little much. My personal opinion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next. Yes, sir. Step forward. You can state your name again and address.
13025 Pelican Lane, Madeira Beach. Also on the property next door to the applicant, Mr. Biggin. Whatever happened to the 300 feet beer license and wine? We used to have an ordinance, 300 feet. Right now we're going to go boardwalk beer and wine. Even in my own shop. Do you know how many beer and wine on the boardwalk is? All the way around us, gave it to him. It's okay. They are good people. The owner from the Tikis, from my part of town, Niagara Falls, it's beautiful. I like the guy. But this beer business, it's gone out of hand to all over Madeira Beach, especially John's Fest, gentlemen and ladies. T-shirt shop, ice cream shop, it's beer and wine. You look on the boardwalk, you look on the village, beer and wine in an ice cream shop. It's no good. It's no good for the public, for the kids. It's nice for these guys to have. I don't say no, but they have it to realize they have a good business going now. Go with the business you got now, because they run pretty good. We want to serve a beer downstairs, but make sure they close at 9 o'clock. Because after 9 o'clock, that's where all the trouble starts on John's Pass. You know, even the bamboo, 9 o'clock. The bands, it's 9, 10, 11 o'clock during the week. My head's like that at night. And do not respect, many of them do not respect the ordinance that you guys pass. I'm talking general John's Pass now. I don't talk just the specific, you know, John's Pass. The ordinance is on the books. 9 o'clock is supposed to shut down. They don't. They don't. I'm very upset about beer John's Pass. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Next.
Hey guys, Jeff Eggins, 429 Bocasega Drive. I'm actually landlord. I own the building that the Tiki guys operate out of there. And I just think it's a great business. And I think it's geared towards people that are having a couple drinks, going out on a Tiki hut. I think it makes natural sense for that. To reflect on what Bill was saying, I don't know how many other establishments have a condition like that placed on it. But, you know, as far as you have to buy a T-shirt or something in order to buy a beer, whatever it may be. So that, I don't know if anybody else has conditions placed on them, but if it needs to be, it needs to be. But I think they're great business owners. I think they're great people. I've gotten to know them over the months. And to Guy's point, it is John's Pass. I mean, Don's Dock sells beers right next door. His own building sells beer and wine right next door. So does Boardwalk Grill, so does Hooters, so does everybody. That's just kind of what happens, right? So I don't think it's going to increase the consumption in John's Pass. I just think it kind of spreads, and people like different themed places to stop into. So just urge you guys to approve it. And I think they're great people. I think it'll add good benefit to the boardwalk. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Robert Preston, 425 South Bayshore Drive, Madeira Beach. First of all, I thought it was crazy to bring your own booze on the Tiki Hut. And I think...
Great.
Yeah, I know, you drink. I think it's a great deal for them to be able to serve beer and wine on there. And I've listened to this and ran it through my mind about the condition. And if somebody's coming down to make a reservation for a Tiki Hut tour, and there's an empty bar stool, why can't they buy a beer or have a glass of wine while they make the reservation? You're not going to get people just off the boardwalk coming down there to spend a whole day sitting on the bar stool like you on some of these other places that you see the same people every day for hours and hours. Right. I don't think you're going to see that. So I would like to see you approve it, and if somebody wants to come down and they're going to buy a ticket and they want to have a beer, let them have a beer. So remove that one portion. Thank you.
Seeing no one else, did you want to summarize, Linda? Any other questions for the commission? This would be the time as well.
Okay. Yes, I would. What we were doing in part is codifying the way they said they were going to use the business and what they originally asked for. In addition, the limit, we don't station people outside of business and check ID and ask their intent before they sit on a stool. Anybody who's down there sitting on a stool booking is a customer. And I can't imagine for the life of me how that would, ever be enforced to keep people off the stools. But if you can imagine that some people just walked in and they've taken up the stools, and then you've still got people who are waiting to get on the next tour, and you've got the ones coming back on the tour who are out in the water, and everything's going through that very small space at the same time, that's a problem. We already had to be really careful in the building design because of where the structural supports were and where the stools can be placed because of access and handicap problems throughout that area. It's very tight. And so if the City Commission were to remove some of the conditions, I suggest that you would need to be very clear about what competent and substantial evidence and findings you were used to approve that, because the staff's findings are based on the conditions that we had discussed, and our recommendation would be to deny. We'd have to have a whole different analysis if those conditions are not in. So you will need to come up with your own findings and your own reasoning for going forward, removing the conditions, because ours won't match.
I have a question. The pictures I'm looking at seem to be like under the boardwalk, under the building, the boardwalk. Is there a door in that, or?
Yes, they actually, it's
like a barn door?
You know, originally, it's just underneath the building that's been enclosed like a lot of places. They have big expandable doors, accordion-like doors that will open up, and then it's really just open space down there because it's all in the V zone. And in the back end also has doors that can open up. So basically, it's just a wide open space with the bar on one side and some stools. As people come in and they get ready to go on the boat, they can go right through and out the back. We've looked at it carefully to make sure that the pathway works, that the emergency access and everything is appropriate, and all the distances are appropriate. I spent a lot of time with Frank measuring this one out. But it really was down to the inch in a couple of situations. It's a very small space.
Well, aren't there only like 5 or 6 people getting off and 5 or 6 people getting on?
Well, they have more than one boat. And so, yeah, generally there's only 5 or 6 off any one. They could describe in detail how they operate everything. The thing is, remember that just like all of the other things that come here, we can't say, oh, we're going to approve it as long as you only operate it this way, or they're only crossing paths at this time, because it's just not going to happen. You know, we have to look at overall, how is the traffic going to come in and out? And again, we have parking requirements here, and if we're just going to ignore the parking requirements, we're going to have to specify why, in this case, we did that. You're going to have some findings as to why you don't think the code is appropriate in this particular case. And that makes it very difficult for us to enforce it when it is being used, especially in this case when we're only doing 50% of the requirement, and it's a pretty small requirement to begin with.
How is it going to be, how are you going to ascertain who is about to immediately launch from the location versus who's there to buy a ticket?
You know, everybody who has a business has a responsibility for operating within the law. They make their commitments. And we talked about this with them. They wanted to know the same thing, and they're concerned, well, I'm going to have to administer that. Yeah, you have to administer it anytime you own a bar or anytime you have any kind of restaurant. There's all kinds of requirements for how you operate and how your traffic flows, like in a kitchen, in and out of kitchens, where you keep your food, how you know, regulate your customers, what they can wear when they come in a restaurant, and what they, you know, all of that. You have a lot of administrative responsibilities, and if you start adding alcohol into the mix, then yeah, you've got to monitor your personnel, and you have to monitor your customers. So they're going to have to make some judgment calls, but like I said, we're not down here to, the point is not that we're going to stand there and police them. The point is that we wanted to specify how the city thinks they need to conduct themselves in order for this to be safely done in a very small, confined setting.
Thank you.
Does the applicant, do you have anything else, sir, that you want to add? This will be your last opportunity to address the commission.
Okay, I just want to add one thing. We have 2 sides to our building, and one side, this gentleman back here made a point, one side is family friendly. People can, with children, can go in and out without having to go through a bar, and to the right side is a bar. So we wanted to keep that, so if somebody comes in with an 8-year-old child and doesn't want to expose themselves to a very low-key tiki bar, they can do so. and that's where all the equipment and stuff will be. So you could still keep it family-friendly if you have younger children. I think that's something that is important for everybody to understand. We're also trying to keep the spirit of John's Pass and the family atmosphere in mind while conducting business. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, now the public hearing has been completed, and it's before the commission for consideration of the application.
Okay, I think we also need to keep in mind the city's best interest. We've got to follow the law, and in my way of thinking, that's what our zoning and planning has done here is, and that's why these restrictions are in place. And we're also, we've also got to look out for the best interests of the city here. That's my thought on it. And you know, we would love to give things out unrestricted, but there's times you just can't do it, and that's, I think, what staff came up with, and they went with what they felt was what the city could legally do and what's best for the city, and we've got to watch out for the city's best interests in this also. Is there any other input?
I don't think we're going to have much of a issue with it becoming a nightclub down there, but...
No, I don't think so
But I
either.
agree with you.
I don't know. There is a post
we got
in the middle.
oceanfront drug dealers. I mean, who knew that? I mean, so anything can happen in this town. All right, well, I'll make a motion that we grant the Drunken Dolphin for an alcoholic beverage use license with the restrictions as recommended by the city.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Vice Mayor Prince,
Yes.
Commissioner Andrews,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges,
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Next is unfinished business. Resolution 2021-1 BOC Policy Handbook.
So, Mayor, I'll read this resolution by title only. This is Resolution 2021-01, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Madeira Beach, Florida, amending the Board of Commissioners Policy Handbook and providing for an effective date. That was the reading of Resolution 2021-01.
Okay. Is there any discussion amongst the commission on this?
Not for me. It looks like everything we discussed was added and changed.
You good? Is there any public comment on this? Guess we've got no public to comment now.
What the hell left? I'll make a resolution then to pass, resolution 2021-01.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
City Clerk, we call the roll.
Quick.
Commissioner Hodges,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Prince,
Yes.
Commissioner Andrews,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Next, under contracts and agreements, first, let's take that First Amendment to the W&A Cleaning Services LLC agreement and contract.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This was asked to be brought back January 13th to renegotiate with WNA after the RFP. So I'm just bringing what was renegotiated back to you guys. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
It's the same exact agreement.
We
didn't negotiate down one penny.
The fees for the special cleanings and for the hourly rates were renegotiated. When they
weren't
originally...
in my packet.
I'm sorry?
The document in my packet that's attached to the consent agenda is the exact same one that was attached back on November 4th, 2020, when we approved to negotiate with the United States Services Industries.
Are we talking about the memo or the
No, the actual agreement.
The agreement.
So the agreement has not changed one bit. And basically, in November 4th, 2020, this group voted to approve negotiations with the United States Services Industries. Then the next month, we heard a passionate presentation by Wanda and Angel from WNA, and we decided to, negotiate an extension of terms for the existing WNA agreement to extend the old contract and renegotiate with them, and if not in line, then rebid, right? And so that's what we did, and what's attached to this, we didn't negotiate anything.
I think what you're looking at is the original bid, but if you look at the amendment to the contract, the negotiated prices are listed in that.
Where
146?
Yes.
we didn't, page 146?
Yes, the paragraph 1, right after the whereas clauses, it goes into what the monthly fee is, and then it talks about the emergency cleaning or special event cleaning being $35 an hour. And it's my understanding from talking to Megan that there's been a number of instances where they have been called out currently under our agreement, and they send us an invoice just to document the fact that they've come out and they've done it and what they would be charged, but the invoice is for zero.
I do have examples.
They don't charge us.
I would like to see that.
Okay, so the amount didn't change. It's still $12,250 a month, which is
The monthly charge has not
monthly
changed.
Correct.
Right, which
The
was
hourly charge,
$4,000 a year more than the United States Services Industries, right? And we all disagreed with that number here. I mean, I can't even get this town to survey all their seawalls for $33,000, and here we are spending $44,000 after we were supposed to negotiate. So we didn't negotiate anything off the fee. All we did was negotiate in half their $70 an hour emergency or out of schedule and special event, which is, by the way, still higher than United States Services Industries. So I can't believe this was put on the consent agenda, frankly, with no discussion at all about that. And I don't care if you're saying, well, they're telling me that they come out and they don't charge us when they do charge us. We have a lot of special events in this town. There's always special events going on here. In the fall, it's every weekend. And I'm sure they're going to be charging now, it's $35 an hour. It's still higher than United States Services Industries.
I don't have those previous figures, Happy. What was the contract?
United States Services Industries was $8,600 and I'll round up $40 for years 1 and 2.
Per month?
Per month, $8,640. Now, we were about to summarily agree to this one, which didn't change a bit, except...
Yeah, that's,
I feel like I gotta watch everything that goes on the consent agreements around.
It's that's $147,000.
My understanding is that the previous Public Works Director who negotiated this agreement, they could not do the work for the amount of money that was the lower bid. The only thing that they offered and could do was changing the hourly rate. So if the commission does not want to go ahead, that's fine. We then would have to go out and do another RFP for the services, and because part of what we did.
That's what we agreed to do. We specifically said, let's renegotiate with the current vendor, and if not in line with a lower amount, then we rebid, quote unquote. I watched the meeting just to make sure I wasn't fogged out.
Okay.
That was the January 3rd meeting. I don't think this is in line, because they didn't move a bit, except for the rate that they're going to charge us for emergency and special event, or out of schedule and special event. And even then, like I said, the $35 is still higher than the United States. I'm just saying that we didn't do what we said we were going to do. And I don't want to waste $44,000.
Megan, I have a quick question for you. I don't know where I read this, but I read it somewhere. Didn't we used to provide the supplies for them, and now they're providing their own supplies? Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, so we used to pay for all of their supplies, and now these guys, as part of their new contract, are...
It's included in that monthly fee.
It's included, so that is a pretty big change there.
It is.
I don't know how much, hold on. I don't know how much that amounts to, but it's got to be a lot of money, right? At some point, I'd like to quantify that so that we know that there is a change in here. I forgot where I read it though. So
the amendment doesn't mention a change of who's responsible for supplies.
Just hold on. I just want to clarify if that's true. If that's true, we need to quantify that number and see what that difference is. Because it's definitely, we're paying out less because we were paying for those supplies. So we are paying out less. So if we can quantify that number, that might help. And maybe moving this to a workshop before we go to another I'd rather not go to another RFP if we don't have to. But I'd like to quantify that number to see if it might add to $44,000 a year. I don't know. That would get us back into that range because these supplies are expensive. So
I've only got page 1 and 2.
Yeah, what was it, U.S. Services or the other company?
USSI.
USSI.
Mm-hmm.
Did they include supplies?
So whenever we did this RFP, how it was written was that the supplies would be included in the monthly fee for the cleaning services.
Okay. Yeah. So even with supplies, we're still $44,000 difference.
We would just have to see the level of service. I mean, we're going to see a dramatic decrease in the level of service.
We don't know that.
Well, actually, SSI is who we got rid of when Wanda came with us.
But they also had letter after letter after letter of recommendation in the previous packet, and that was also years ago. And I don't know who, apparently Wanda and Angel worked for them, USS, because there's a note in here that...
That is correct. They did work for them, and that's how...
They used to work for that company.
Okay.
If it was bad service, they were part of it.
Maybe that's what we need to do is put it out for bid again.
And hope and pray that we get some lower numbers now. That's what we said we would do. Because we've already rejected the amount of $12,250 a month.
So,
Excuse me.
do we want to make a motion to put this out for bid again?
I was just gonna ask Megan, I don't wanna lose this company. They're really good. They've been around so long, and I don't want to,
They've been around for 5 years, maybe.
But just the fact that we know what we got with them, and I really like them.
We do.
So if we could, is this too much trouble to put this back into a workshop and talk about it again, or just bring it out with a bind?
We need to put the ball back in their court and see if they'll lower their amount. Period.
Mr. Daniels, can you, would you like to reach out to them and talk to them about the commission is having a hard time approving this contract, that it's just too much money for us?
I'll do that. And if that doesn't work, we can talk about it at the workshop meeting on, on the 28th, and from there we can do another RFP if that's what you'd like to do.
All right, let's do that.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate that, and it was even mentioned in one of the earlier meetings, that they're part of the family. But I have an obligation to our citizens out here to save money wherever we can. And $44,000 will go a long way.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, next is Gulf Beach's Public Library Interlocal Agreement. That's something that I've been working quite a bit on, and our city attorney has been putting in, I don't know how many hours on this, back and forth with other city attorneys. And we've been hammering out, and at this point, all 5 of the cities, as far as the mayors go and as far as the city attorneys go, are all in agreement with this as it reads now. Of course, it has to go through all of the commissions and be voted on by each commission. But, and I think we're the first one to take action. I'd like for us to go ahead and take the lead on this and get it through our commission, get it approved.
I think it covers everything we discussed. And if it appeases everybody else, I think this is, I think I did find one Scrivener's error. On page 3 of 5, section 4.4, the word agree is missing at the very end of that sentence. And it was in the previous agreement.
Thank you.
Yeah. But this agreement's great for me, as far as I'm concerned. I've read it a couple times now.
Does anyone else have any other comments? You need a few minutes to read over it again. It's been hammered out and hammered out. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion that we approve the Gulf Beach Public Library Interlocal Agreement as presented to us this afternoon.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Vice Mayor Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges,
Yes.
Commissioner Andrews,
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Mayor, can we address that conflict letter?
Yes. City attorney has supplied us with a contract letter. I think his firm represents another city involved. Would you like to take the floor on this?
I would. I appreciate it. First of all, You know, obviously, there has been negotiation between the 5 cities through the mayors and some of the attorneys. You'll remember that obviously all of the mayors had agreed with Mayor Hendricks that our law firm, as the city attorney for Madeira Beach, would prepare this agreement. That was the direction that we got way back in December. So I did a number of drafts. In addition to my law firm representing the city of Madeira Beach, my law firm also represents the towns of North Reddington Beach and Reddington Beach. They are 2 parties to this agreement as well. So I want to make sure that this commission understands and that the drafting of this interlocal agreement was done in conjunction with my partner's review of the same agreement. Obviously, he'd be looking out for the best interest of his towns, and I'm looking out for the best interest of Madeira Beach. In theory, though, this agreement is exactly the same for all 5 cities. Not one city over the other gets any additional benefit. So there is really no difference in the negotiation of this agreement as to the benefits that one city receives versus the other. Under the Florida Bar rules, though, because of the fact that our law firm represents more than one entity that's involved in this interlocal agreement, the Florida Bar requires us to have the client waive that potential conflict of interest. So what I've done is I prepared this letter basically telling the commission what the issue is, what the rule is that my law firm has to comply with, and ask you to waive any conflict of interest there could be by way of my partner reviewing the agreement for his towns and me reviewing it for Madeira Beach. And I'm asking that the commission authorize the city manager to execute, or the mayor, whichever is preferable by this commission, to execute the acknowledgement that there could be a potential conflict of interest, but you're waiving that. So that was the letter that I provided you today. My partner will be providing it to his 2 towns as well. It'll be exactly the same letter, just the cities and towns would be switched. So
Okay.
I'm asking for that authority.
Okay, and do we need to make a motion on this and have a vote on it?
Yes, sir, I would appreciate that.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we waive the, any potential conflict with the trust firm in handling the negotiations for us in this contract, along with Reddington Beach and North Reddington Shores, North Reddington Beach and the town of Reddington Beach, right?
That's correct. It's the town of Reddington Beach and town of North Reddington Beach.
Okay.
Yeah. And ask for authorization for...
And I'd also ask for authorization for the city manager to sign the waiver of conflict.
Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Oh, second.
I'll second.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, I couldn't hear you. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Vice Mayor Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges,
Yes.
Commissioner Andrews,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Thank you.
Next, under new business, we have Resolution 2021-04. It's 2021 budget amendment.
I'll go ahead and read that resolution by title only. Resolution 2021-04, resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Madeira Beach, Florida, amending the budget for fiscal year 2021, beginning October 1, 2020 through September 30th, 2021, by increasing the general fund, stormwater fund, marina fund, building fund, and Archibald fund revenues, or use of available fund balance or net position and appropriations for expenditure, and providing for an effective date. That was a reading of Resolution 2021-04 by title only.
Mr. Laughlin.
So this is a mid-year budget amendment, as events and circumstances occur throughout the year, unanticipated expenditures, department heads continually look at their individual department or division budget, and identify these potential items that come up that were not anticipated through the regular budgeting process. So these are some specific items, and if they're small dollar in nature, typically they can be offset by other reductions in other line items within an individual department or division. But recall, the level of budgetary control is at the department level, so a department cannot exceed its annual budget. So we need to be cognizant and mindful of this throughout the year, and if there's an unplanned event expenditure that is to occur, then we wanted to bring that to Commission's attention as soon as possible to make you aware and approve increasing the budget for a particular department for those very specific reasons. And that's what's brought here to you today. So within the general fund, we want to increase the parking budget to increase staffing for greater parking enforcement. Within HR, when that was initially budgeted, that was all through professional services, through an outside consultant to provide that. We've modified that to now we have an in-house employee providing those services. That's causing an increase in personnel expenses above what the professional services costs were initially budgeted, as well as just inaccurate budgeting that was done on the cost of the outsourced payroll solution on payroll processing costs throughout the year. In the stormwater fund, we had a bond refunding that saves considerable money for the city over time. However, there were costs associated with that issuance that the timing of that issuance is very close to year end, and those costs didn't get captured in the budget, and so this brings them in. Within the marina fund, there was the price of fuel fluctuates, so the budget was based on what the cost of fuel was or was anticipated during that time, and since that time, the cost of fuel has increased, and that would be offset by fuel sales rather than an increase in available fund balance or net position for that fund, since that's just a cost to the revenue for fuel sales to that fund. Within the building fund, we're undergoing our major renovation downstairs, so there's been some unplanned expenses around that. That's requesting an additional dollars to complete that renovation. And then in the Archibald Fund, a capital improvement that wasn't contemplated in the budgeting process for a Tom and Kitty Stewart Parkway restroom renovation. So if you approve this resolution, then we'll make these budgetary changes to these funds accordingly. And I'll address any questions you may have.
The one thing I want to bring up again is, and I've brought it up before, and you guys all started throwing rocks at me, but we're talking about updating the parks and whatnot, and I still think we need to go up to $275. We're still the cheapest game in town, but we've got a lot of expenses coming up. We've got more road work and whatnot going on. I know this is not the appropriate time to be talking about that, but keep it in the back of your mind, because St. Pete Beach is actually $3.50 an hour now. Other than that, I have no questions on this, Andrew.
Andrew, I just have a couple. First off, I mean, the Marina Fund, I get it. I mean, that's why we didn't raise the millage rate, because we knew that was a possibility that we'd need more money for that. There's some other issues with the Marina that we'll talk about when those numbers come out. But that's okay there. With the build out of the building, I mean, we took a stab at it, and if it's all coming from the building fund, which I'm assuming it is, yeah, there's really no issue as far as that's concerned. Stormwater's fine. The one I do want to address, the situation at Tom and Kitty Stewart Park with that portable restroom is, I'll tell you, that's an epic fail as far as I'm concerned. I think we have to maybe rethink this project at some point because, first off, those bathrooms, if they were open, aren't bigger than they're smaller than an airplane bathroom. I don't think they're conducive to the beach. I don't think that they're going to be able to be cleaned. I don't know how the heck we're going to get a hose around to even get something like that done. I think that's something that instead of pumping more money into this thing, I think we better take a step back and maybe consider at some point building something out over there because I don't think we have an answer and they're still closed, right? The bathrooms are still closed?
Yes, the railing that we need for the handicap ramp and that modification will be done shortly. It's being fabricated.
Okay. Well, I mean, let's see how it looks when it's operational. I'm not a huge fan of it, but like I said, I mean, I don't blame anybody for it. I just would rather have something a little bit more usable for. I think it's going to be a nightmare when it does open. Parking. I mean, if we want to employ somebody now, I don't really have an issue with that. I think we've all kind of looked at the chart that we saw earlier today, and I think that we're going to have to take a real serious look at our expenditures going forward. If our revenues are rising, but I think our expenditures are rising at a much quicker level. So, but besides that, I mean, the others they're relatively small costs, so I'm in favor of it. But I think, like I said, I appreciate these. There was a time here when these used to come out every meeting. There'd be a budget amendment. So I'm happy that we're limiting them. But it would be great if we could, find. I remember, like I said, I hate to revert back to when I worked here, but when I worked here, you wanted something in that budget, you'd find something else to kick out of that budget, and then that you could push back for a year. So, but these aren't astronomical. I think we're okay with them. I just, and I like the way we're going about doing it. So, thank you.
Yeah, I hate to hear talking about putting someone else on, another person on the payroll, I guess.
Well, if anyone needs it, it's parking enforcement.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. If we're, we need them with a ticket book in hand, that's for sure.
If I may, too, the thought process was this is a seasonal employee, so they're going to work, till the end of the fiscal year. And if through the budget process, if we can prove that this is going to be worthwhile for us to maintain, this commission will make that decision on adding that position permanently. But as we've seen the increase in parking and all the problems that we've been dealing with, having that additional help would be.
But what are we generating citation-wise to justify that?
Well, we're getting those statistics, so I'll have them for you as well. But here's the situation, and I know we've talked about this. We have ordinances on the books that we have to enforce.
Right.
The frame of mind of people that come in to a paid parking lot is, am I going to pay or am I not? Now, the majority of the people are going to come in and they're going to pay. They're just, they follow the rules and they pay whatever the appropriate amount is. There are some people, though, that if they see that nobody's watching and nobody's driving through the parking lots, whether we're writing a citation or not, because we haven't been known to be heavy hitters on citations, we've been ambassadors helping people. But by seeing us and knowing that we are out there writing some tickets, that's going to keep the other people, hopefully, in line to pay those fines, not the fines, but pay the meters, so you get compliance. And it's just kind of like a human nature type situation. So we were kind of looking at that, and then some of the additional parking problems that we've had in the residential streets to make sure that we get the coverage. So we are enforcing those items, and hopefully through that enforcement, we'll get compliance.
Okay.
Well, my question is about the HR department. How did we go so wrong with we thought the software would be $15,000 and it ended up being $35,000? What did we do? We bought a whole new system here?
They bought a whole brand-new payroll system when it was approved from, I think it was Paychex is who they used, and then they went to Paycom. Now, the one thing with Paycom, I'll mention this to you, is all of the, with Paychex, it was a payroll thing, where they wrote the paychecks out and, they kept track of the statistics. With Paycom, it's a full HR program. So right now, we're doing applications for positions that are filled out. They come into Paycom. It's all electronic now. And we can keep track of the process of each one of those applicants, rate the applicant, put the notes right into the program. So it is all electronic. So it is a big uptick for our HR side because we're doing it all the right way. We're making sure that all the proper laws are being followed, and it's all documented in the program itself, which I think is a big uptick for our professionalism.
Yeah, if we didn't have that ability to, and I assume all our employees are loaded in and it's taking care of a whole lot of stuff, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Yes, Commissioner Price, I had the same question on that and on the uptick in the salaries and benefits that are expected to exceed the amount. We put on a part-time HR manager, but I see salaries and benefits have jumped in that department, and I don't really understand that.
Well, he's part-time, he's the director. We had a manager before. We wanted to go out and get somebody with all of the credentials that we need. I was kind of questionable in my mind when that charge came out, but we found this gentleman through an Indeed ad, Sean Lilly, and he's the real deal. He knows what he's talking about. I have very good confidence in the decision-making process, and, so we have to pay him more than what we would have paid our manager. Now, he doesn't get benefits. He is part-time, so the fact that it's pay and benefits, I'm not sure what the benefits are that are.
I can elaborate on that. We had budgeted $0 in the budget for personnel costs because it was all going to be done through professional services.
Right, okay.
And then when we decided to revert to finding someone in-house, Karen Paulson was budgeted finance, but then we moved her to be interim back in HR. So there was a period of, I don't recall exactly, 2 to 3 months that we then, when her duties moved back to HR, that we posted her to that position or to that department for that brief interim period while we were searching for Sean Lilly.
Okay, because I thought he was going to pretty much, his cost to the city was going to be comparable to what we were paying for the services. And so that's why I had the question on the 17.9. So that was Karen's moving back into HR for those few months.
Somewhat comparable, yes, offsetting professional service to his wages. But then, yes, you also had Karen that moved in during that interim period that was not budgeted.
Okay. And so how are you on staffing in the finance department now? Hopefully in really good shape with...
I do not anticipate any budget amendments coming to you for staffing and finance.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm all good. Any other questions? Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we pass Resolution 2021-04, the 4-year 2021 budget amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Vice Mayor Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges,
Yes.
Commissioner Andrews,
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks.
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Next is Resolution 2021-05, Emergency Operations Plan. Chief Belk.
I'll read this resolution. Resolution 2021-05, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Madeira Beach, Florida, providing for the adoption of the City of Madeira Beach Emergency Operations Plan dated April 14, 2021, and providing for an effective date. That was a reading of Resolution 2021-05 by title only.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. What we have is the Emergency Operations Plan that comes in front of you every year. What we did this year is just kind of clean it up, take out some unnecessary items. We gave you a outline, and I do apologize for last minute I didn't get it in the agenda folder, but I figured that'd be easier instead of flipping through 50 pages to see what was changed. Do you want to go through those items or no? Okay.
No, I
Yeah.
looked at it. I kind of went through what was already attached, so you're the expert. If you think
I promise
we want to make them.
I promise
I don't
you
have any
that-
questions for you. I have no idea about.
Perfect.
That's the way I feel.
All right, perfect, yeah. I promise you're in good hands.
We know that.
Thank you, Chief.
I'll make a motion to pass Resolution 2021-05.
Is there a second?
Second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Did it? Who seconded? Hodges. Okay. Commissioner Andrews?
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson?
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks?
Yes.
The motion carried 5-0.
Next is Causeway Park renaming contest. City Manager Daniels.
Yes, I think on page, I have it as 414 and 415, but mine was a draft, so towards the end of the packet.
Yeah, 415 and 16.
Thank you. That is the results of our contest. As you can see, there's a varied number of suggestions that are made. And the only thing I ask you to keep in mind in making your decision is, obviously, we're planning on the Court of Honor to be within that same park as well. And other than that, it's a decision that you all get to make. And I don't have to read any comments on this.
Good. Well, to me, it wasn't my choice, wasn't what I suggested, but 13 other people did. So for me, I would go with the majority of what our residents chose, and that's Freedom Park.
Well, of course, I've got a contrary analysis here. I went through, I took this very seriously. I went through and saw that Patriot was mentioned 25 times, Freedom was mentioned 14 times, and Heroes was mentioned 14 times. I kind of like the sound of Patriots Park, so that would be my number one. But I like Freedom. Freedom is my second choice. Freedom Park.
I like the Freedom Park, too. That was a good idea there.
Yeah, my only suggestion is that we put our name in it, too. No, I mean, not our personal names, I'm sorry. But, we like to brand things around here. I fought with a bunch of Little League people to change the name of the Little League a long time ago, just to kind of get our brand in there. So Madeira Beach Freedom Park, or Madeira Beach Patriot Park, or any one of those, or what was the first one? I can't remember. Is it Freedom? Yeah. Freedom, Patriot,
Well,
whatever you want to do. Just put our name in front of it, that's all.
It's on the north end of town. I was thinking about South Park, but it's.
I would just like to make a little suggestion. With the Causeway Park, there are a lot of things that have to go onto that sign, how we acquired the park and such. Also, we already have the piece of wood for the sign, which is the same hatch that we have at Tom and Kitty Stewart Park. So keep in mind, it's not that large.
By the way, the lady is right, that is Kitty Stewart Park.
It's
not Tom and Kitty Stewart Park.
It's written in the deed. Jay pulled it up.
Wasn't that the name of it before,
It was Kitty Stewart Park, and I had always heard that that was supposed to be her park.
I was always told it was Tom and Kitty Stewart, but.
We did
said Tom and
previously
Kitty
on
Stewart.
the last
Forever.
sign, I believe it just said Kitty Stewart Park, and that was just a placeholder because the previous sign had dilapidated. So Public Works actually made the last sign only as a placeholder until the park was redeveloped. So it did say Kitty Stewart Park, but it is deeded to say Tom and Kitty Stewart Park.
Okay.
Oh, it is, okay.
Okay.
I saw it in the deed.
Thank you.
Help.
So I just wanted to keep that in mind, making the name
By the
longer.
while you're here, can I get off subject just for a second?
Absolutely.
When these guys put signs up, like no parking signs and parking by permit only, can they put them at an angle rather than running parallel with the
They are.
street?
They're at a 45. Which ones are you talking about, the new ones that have
The
been
new
placed?
ones I just saw on 140th, some of them are like basically parallel.
Unfortunately, the wind may have taken them, but they were
Okay.
definitely at a 45. We'll check them out tomorrow.
Okay, I'll go with a big pipe wrench and give them a twist.
Don't twist the post.
Yeah. Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Okay, did we offer an award for this, or so to where we act?
The award was the individuals that made the suggestion are gonna be invited to come for the ribbon cutting.
Yeah,
That's
along with the rest of the time.
I think we should give them a free parking pass for a year.
Well, I thought if you had Freedom Park, we could charge them for parking. So it wouldn't be free I'm sorry.
I think we're all getting way tired.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I like putting Madeira Beach in front of it, but not necessarily on the sign. I think the official name, we do want Madeira Beach in there.
Well, everybody knows it's in Madeira Beach.
No, not really, not when you look, I don't know. Like, when I looked up our 911 Memorial Park, and I went online for Florida State Parks and stuff, it was really a jumbled mess. I don't know. I kind of like the idea. Oh, well, but you tell me, are we allowed to name it something and only put half of it on the sign? I don't know.
So there are two signs over it's all considered Causeway Park. It's one park with a memorial on the park. So there is actually a sign very close to the memorial that says 9/11 Memorial, and that has the City of Madeira Beach old logo on it. So this one is right in the center of the park. And I also wanted to mention that there is no pay station at Causeway Park, so it is free parking.
Well, we need to fix that.
So, just want to make that a point. There is no pay station there.
So that's a good suggestion, though. We could do the city seal,
We could do the seal.
has Madeira Beach in it,
Mhm.
and then put Freedom Park, but when we refer to it, we say Madeira Beach Freedom Park, or whatever, Patriot Park,
Yeah.
whatever the decision is.
And whatever we decide, I can have Roger mock up something, same way we did with Tom and Kitty Stewart Park, and then provide that to you guys.
Okay, so.
Okay, what are we gonna do? Patriot or Freedom? Or even Heroes? Heroes was mentioned 14 times.
Let's poll each commissioner.
Okay.
Commissioner Price,
Madeira Beach, Patriots Park. With or without the, can't even think of the name of it.
Commissioner Hodges,
Freedom Park.
Commissioner Andrews.
I'm going to side with the Vice Mayor, Madeira Beach Patriot Park.
Commissioner Hudson.
I guess I'll go with Patriot Park also.
And I have to say, I have to go along with Commissioner Hodges, simply because that's what the most residents picked. And if this is a contest, I kind of feel like we should have probably picked the one they voted for most. But since it's up to us, I guess we will go with Patriots Park. So if I can have a motion on that, well, let's, yes.
Well, we have a couple of different memorials there, so Patriots.
You gotta stop and think, we got that 9/11 memorial there, and there's a lot of people that weren't patriots on that. You know, so that's what I was thinking too.
Well, they were that day.
Well, we're honoring those, we're honoring the people that.
Military.
Yeah, I don't know that it needs to have an S on it,
No.
Patriot Park. I mean, that's just my thought.
I'm not nitpicking that.
I think it's really splitting hairs on it.
Well, some people do split hairs, unfortunately.
Yeah. I wouldn't think.
Your decision.
I would think, we've got a consensus on that. I don't know that that's something we really need to vote on, is it?
The minute purposes, because it's going to be used here until the future, it would appear in the minutes then if he did it by a motion.
Okay. Okay, can I have a motion on the name of the park?
I'll make a motion to rename Causeway Park Madeira Beach Patriot Park.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
City Clerk, will you call the roll?
For clarification, Commissioner Andrews, did you say Patriot or Patriots?
Patriot.
Okay.
No S.
Commissioner Andrews,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges,
No.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Mayor Hendricks.
No.
The motion.
5-0 votes the whole night.
Motion carried 3-2.
We are down to the city manager's report.
The only thing I wanted to add to the report is this Saturday, if you were not aware, we are doing the Hurricane Expo here in the chambers from 9 to 12. 9? Good. Hey, I got the time right. And we do have some speakers from the county EOC, and of course, Linda will be doing her rendition of ordinances. No, teasing, but she'll be here to talk about the floodplain management, and, you know, we're basically trying to make sure that we keep the interest that we had from Veterans Day with the storm, and letting people know. Also, one of the aspects that we've been talking about, because as everybody's aware, the EOC does not have an evacuation plan for a tropical storm. So my plan was to get with Tom and see what we could do. Say we have this same perfect storm scenario that we can see coming, and we don't have time to get this group together, but at least I could, you know, we're trying to get people to take into their own hands their evacuation. So have a plan, even if it's a tropical storm, the perfect storm, and I would like to get that information out to people. Obviously the evacuation centers won't be open from the county because it's a tropical storm and the schools are still slated to be in session. But, think ahead, find a hotel, a friend, a relative, somebody that's on higher ground that you can evacuate to should we have the same set of circumstances. It's unfortunate during that storm we had a gentleman in Manatee County die because he stepped on a live wire. And I just think over and over with the amount of water that we had in the streets, people panicking when that water was hitting up against their patio doors, and they made that last-second decision to evacuate. They go out in their car, and what happens if a wire was down? We really, they need to think evacuation early. And we also our own fire personnel and other personnel that were on duty, they put their lives in jeopardy to make sure we got folks that were evacuated that were out in the street and were going through the puddles and the water and everything else. So we'll talk about that later, but I just wanted to let you know that's going to be what we're stressing. Just the barrier islands, looking at it a little bit differently, and we got the county to buy in on that, and we'll also be doing sometime in May a follow-up seminar to go over hurricane preparedness as well, partnering with the county. So we get certain credits if we partner with our communities and through the county, so that'll help us for our CRS rating as well. That's all I've got.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to add one quick thing. And we'll discuss this more when budget time comes, but on page 421 out of 427, the marina numbers are up here. And I don't know if you guys remember, this was the same group that put a $2.9 million revenue number before I went bananas, and we got it down to 2.3 or 2.4. But, we have to have accurate forecasting because that almost cost us, honestly, raising the millage rate last year. So they're on pace to do 2.3 or so, and if somebody says COVID, just drive around town here. Every business in town is having record years right now, and now we're looking at a marina that's doing roughly 2.3 when they told us initially they were going to do 2.9. Really, we got to pay attention to that. We have to have accurate forecasting. That's all. I'm sorry.
I didn't even know we sold propane at our marina. I've been going down to the KOA.
No, we've sold it there for ever since
I'm not the only one that
remember.
didn't know. It's only they do about, during March, $139 worth, but maybe we ought to put that on the sign instead of
we need,
high gas price.
Maybe we can, maybe that's where we need the electronic sign, and we can do things like that on it too. Okay. Next is agenda setting.
Yes. On the agenda setting, so far we have the status of the department initiatives for fiscal year 2021, and then those initiatives that you want us to carry through to 2022. So we'll be having a discussion on that. The other issue that came up, we've been working 100% in our restaurants and bars now, and we had a resolution out there when it was limited and even some of the bars were closed to allow them to move out chairs and tables into our right-of-way. And, I just want to have a discussion with the commission. Is that something that you want to look at now? I started getting some feedback from some of the residents, but, we can have a discussion, and whatever you decide, we can do the resolution and extend it, keep it, whatever you'd like to do. So that's why I added that on the agenda. And then we also, from my staff, we have capital improvements to the rec center, and I guess we had budgeted originally for an engineering study on on some of the improvements that we could do, either with the gym or improvements to the porch area. So we wanted to have a discussion with you all on that particular issue. And then, of course, as of tonight with the W&A cleaning contract, you know, I can let you know what the results are and what the next step is from there. Is there anything else you all would like to add?
I, again, would like to address parking revenue and possibly raising the rates. We've spoken about getting our parks back in shape. They've been in disrepair for years. We've got the 20th anniversary of 9/11 coming up. That park is in rough shape. So we need to get some money budgeted to get these parks back in shape. And I hate to say it, and nobody wants to raise taxes or parking, but the money's got to come from somewhere to do these things.
Can we get a memo on what we're selling our, like, daily and weekly and monthly and seasonally passes for?
Okay.
I think we're undercharging ourselves on, and I don't even know if we have a yearly one. I mean, if we have a yearly one, how much, you know?
We don't. But
all the different ones and what we're charging. I'd like to see that, because that could be, and that wasn't my idea. That was alert citizen Tom Edwards who called me and asked me about that.
Well, yeah, I had to ask about an annual a while back, and it got
I
torpedoed.
think they're going really cheap, is my,
We don't have an annual one.
Right.
That I know of.
yeah, we have monthly and weekly.
monthly, weekly, okay. I'd like to know about, if somebody, maybe the city manager could let us know what the status is of the American Rescue Plan, which is that federal COVID-19 funding that's going to all the municipalities. That 1.8 mil that had our name next to it would sure come in handy. I know it passed the House of Representatives, but I don't know if the president signed it or if that's even the next step, to be honest with you. I'd also like to know the status of the abandoned home in my district. The address is 13222 3rd Street East. That one with the dilapidated
Yes,
carport and now dilapidated ceiling.
that's the Overture house that we were enforcing the lien on, and but I will get your report on that.
I can't believe those neighbors aren't pounding down my door
You
on
know,
that one.
maybe along with that, you know, we can discuss the arrangement that we have in reference to our lien enforcement through the legal process, and maybe looking at some different options.
Oh, okay.
And I can address the American Rescue Plan Act. The President did sign that into law. I drafted a subsequent note disclosure in the audited financial statements. So it's at the end, so you can read about that, just a few paragraphs. But the short of it is, yes, there isn't we have an estimate of what our amount will be. The U.S. Treasury should be releasing guidance, we hope, soon, about these specific uses and restrictions of that monies, but it's thought to be much more broad in terms of allowable use, and it can include revenue replacement. So where we have areas like state revenue sharing where we have experienced a decline, the thought is we can use that as a revenue replacement, which is then just general revenue dollars to the city. But more will come out once that Treasury guidance is released.
Okay.
So I'll keep you informed for sure.
All right. Okay, so then we don't need to discuss that.
Yeah, something we may want to, I don't know if this is a workshop issue, earmarks are back. We may want to look at getting with our representative and senators regarding John's Pass, the sand issue, the groin issues, possibly bump this up to a federal level with an earmark attached to a bill going through the House of Representatives. See if we can get some funding that way.
And that includes growing, because I was going to bring that up after
Yeah.
Mr. Preston brought it up, I thought, okay.
Yeah, that's being worked on in the state right now.
Okay.
But if we can push it up to a federal level also, anything we can push uphill, if we can discuss that and maybe get some letters going out to our representatives.
Yeah, just quickly in reference to the groins, it did make it through the committees and made it into the budget, but then they have the budget reconciliation between the House and the Senate, and that's the last I've heard. But maybe by the time we do our workshop, I'll have a better idea, and I can update you on that as well as the earmarks.
And I hope whoever is up there fighting for us, you know, is making it clear that we do not get beach renourishment money and, okay.
Well, our local delegation has been doing a pretty good job.
Okay.
Back
Yeah, I've been in some discussions on that.
Good. And the only last thing I have is what's going on with our Johns Pass bridge banners?
I asked that question just the other day. They're supposed to be replacing the hardware on the poles, but in the meantime, I want to make sure we have the banners and we can worry about how we get it to fit with the new hardware. But apparently they're replacing those poles as part of the Gulf Boulevard replacement Duke is. So they're...
Really?
Yeah.
Gee, they're relatively new, aren't they? Those street lamps on the bridge?
Right.
That's what they're attached to. Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right, well, whatever.
Okay.
That's it for me.
So is that it for the agenda setting?
Can we also add some type of a plan for providing sand for storms this year? I think we gave Jamie a hard time last year for not doing it, and whether we have enough sand that we can collect from sweeping of parks, or if we need to do something else.
We used to be able to get sand off the beach, but we can't do that anymore. It's just something, I guess we can put that on the workshop.
Sure, and I'll get an update, and that was a DEP decision, and, you know, we can get an emergency permit, but they won't issue an emergency permit until you have an emergency order. So, you know, that a storm's coming, I guess. But anyhow, I'll get an update on that, and there are some options that we can look at, and I'll discuss it with staff, and we'll come up with some recommendations.
I'm sure the owner of the building down at Johns Pass will let us have some of that sand right out of the pass. Okay.
Well, maybe that's where we get most of it.
Reports and correspondence. Vice Mayor. Price.
Okay.
It is late.
Okay. No,
do you have anything from the library board?
I don't, but at our upcoming meeting, we will be discussing the budget and finalizing the budget. We did discuss it during the last meeting, and I think you'll be pleased if
I know
some things that are not on it.
I know a number of mayors that are waiting with bated breath because they're hoping to see a substantial reduction.
And I got to tell you, I laid it on the line when I saw what they did first propose, and after the meeting, I said, no, I don't think my city is going to pass this, blah, 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 blah. Here's why. We did this, we asked you to do this, you didn't do it, blah, blah. After the meeting, a couple of people on the library board came up to me and said, we had no idea that happened.
Make a copy of this.
And so I'm thinking, what, the director didn't go back there, or the executive director didn't go back there and explain it to them? Nothing was said. We look like the big bad people. I mean, that's how they look at me on that board. And
Well,
so then afterwards, they said, we didn't know that happened. I'm like, oh, yeah, it happened. I'm going to go, this next one, I'm going to explain it in a nicer way.
I will tell you that from the members of the interlocal agreement, Madeira Beach got kudos on that.
Well, good. I feel like showing them the exchange that primarily you had with the executive director, because they acted like they had no idea. And that's, well, if we knew that, we would have reduced it.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, and I'm like, my goodness, we get to this big
It was
fight.
something that all the cities have wanted to do, and nobody has taken the bull by the horns, so.
Yeah. Well.
So, well, anyhow,
Okay.
I
So
just
that's
wanted to
coming
check
up,
to see whether or
and
not you had had
I
a meeting
will-
yet, so.
I will let you know. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I back up to Director Hatch?
Something to say under,
Well, that was jumping in on the library conversation. We had some conversation, I forget who called me. But I guess one of the current representatives is in charge of a landscape project right now.
Oh, okay, you're right. Landscaping is one of the things that we're modernizing.
Mentioned it to Linda, because it's all coming back to me right now. I guess there's some site plan needs for that, and, I mean, they're looking to do, you said landscaping, and put some boulders along the road to ensure that people aren't parking there, and some irrigation improvements and all this.
That hasn't come up.
Well, okay.
But okay.
I know he told me he was in charge of that project, so, yeah, I would definitely get some
Well,
more
they were
information.
planning to do a whole lot of stuff, and I said, wait, have you gone to the website and seen how much this building is worth and blah, blah, blah? And actually, they got that building worth a couple of $1 million, which I'm floored about, but.
Well, anyway, I
they're
just wanted
doing
to bring that up since you guys.
Yeah, they didn't understand that you had to get permits and stuff, and I made it very clear to them.
Well, I don't think we want money thrown away just to get rid of it.
No, we don't. Even though the word immediately is still in the contract, I'm not touching it. We all know that means in a quicker, sooner rather than later, and not next month.
Anyone else on the commission that has anything to report? City Attorney, have you got anything for us?
I'll be on a flight in 5 hours.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Faith and I are going to Asheville for a couple of days, so.
Nice, you need it after tonight.
Well, Tarpon Springs meeting was midnight as well.
Was it really?
Last night, so it's been a long couple of days.
I guess.
A lot going on.
Yes, thank you, that's it though, thanks.
Thank you, okay. City Manager, have you got anything else for us?
Yes, sir.
City Clerk, have you got anything else for us?
I do not.
With
Hey,
that,
real quick. The last couple of pages of our packet, it says, this Board of Commissioners thing, no, I was looking. All right, we just say, all right, it says departmental initiatives that we're gonna discuss at the next meeting. Can we, put the departments down, because all these goals don't align with departments, right? So, let's put the goals with each department so that the department heads know what they're going for. Okay.
with that, this meeting is adjourned at 11:22 p.m.